Obviously, the thing on people's mind is the military or police operation going on in the Ukraine. And I think we need to set the record straight here a little bit because there's so much propaganda and disinformation. You know, the government of Kyrgyzstan said that 20,000 foreign fighters, many of them who couldn't speak the local languages, had tried to overthrow their government. And this was an area that was part of the original Khazarian Empire. So there was an attack by 20,000 mercenaries against a country that has a military alliance with Russia. It was part of the former Soviet Union, and they have a mutual protection agreement. So this was a counterattack against these mercenary armies who originated from the Ukraine, which is also part of the Khazarian original homeland. So, and the other thing people really need to understand is that the Ukraine never registered its borders with the UN, so it's not even registered as a country with the UN. It became a kind of underground or mafia black hole. It was a place where a lot of the world's money laundering and slave trading and bioweapons laboratories were being set up, and they were carrying out genocide. This is all, factually provable. So, the Russian move into the Ukraine was long overdue, and it is supported by the armed forces of the United States, this move, okay? Now, this is the other thing people need to wrap their heads around. This so-called President Biden does not control the United States armed forces. He is not the commander-in-chief. What he is an avatar speaking for a group of oligarchs led by the Rockefeller family who control the Fortune 500 companies and the stock market and all the corporate media propaganda. But that's all they control. They don't control the army. And people need to understand that. That's why there's nobody's trying to stop Russia, and nobody can stop them. So this is an internal police matter. And the situation on the ground is that the Ukrainian armed forces have more or less surrendered. And what's happening is that mercenaries, Nazi armies, have taken the civilian populations of the major cities of the Ukraine hostage. They're using them as human shields. So it's going to be a while because the Russians do not want mass civilian casualties. So they're going to have to play a bit of a long game. They're going to be sending in special forces to kind of decapitate their leadership and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, the Chinese support this Russian move because they know that they are justified in doing that. And so does this. In fact, the whole world, if you look at it, Africa supports the move. The countries like Saudi Arabia and the Middle East, even Israel support this. The South America supports it. So basically, what we're seeing now is the complete isolation of the NATO countries. Now, NATO is the North Atlantic Terrorist Organization. They have no reason to exist anymore since the end of the Cold War. And the other thing people need to know is that they made a lot of fuss about Russia being cut out of the SWIFT system. The SWIFT system is a legacy system. It's based on Windows Vista, and it's used by the NATO criminals for money laundering. That's all it is. It's not the system that's now used for international trade. When you go to an ATM and take out money from anywhere on Earth, you're not using SWIFT. You're using the new quantum system. If you send money from a bank, you will not be using the Swiss alphabetical system. You'll be using numbers. So it's not something that they have any control over. And, once these Nazis are removed from the Ukraine, this will probably be the end of the Biden regime because they will lose their ability to launder money. But I'm still hoping, the armed forces have not moved into New York. They have not moved into the Stock Exchange building or the Voice of America building or the headquarters of large media corporations because we are still waiting for financing for a new U.S. government, and that is in the works. But I'm not into this your check is in the mail type of reporting. I mean, I have been told that a Dragon family representative will be coming to provide financing to set up a new government with its probable headquarters in Idaho. But until that happens, we're going to have to keep fighting these people. And people who know in the intelligence community realize that the head of the snake is in Zug, Switzerland. It's a huge underground complex there and around Lake Geneva. These are the people who control the so-called UN. And the UN has completely dropped any pretense of neutrality by banning Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov from going to Geneva for negotiations. So the UN has come out of the closet as a privately owned corporation that's run by the Khazarian mafia. It's not a global thing for the world's people. Now, the other thing we need to be wary of is that they're trying to make everybody with this Ukrainian noise and things, but there is an ongoing attempt to create a large starvation crisis. They're going to try to use the loss of Ukrainian and Russian wheat and other foodstuffs as an excuse. They're paying huge amounts of money to farmers in Western countries to turn their crops into fuel. So they're trying again to create a starvation crisis. We need to remove these people from all positions of power, and it is happening. It's not happening soon enough. Now, the other thing I have to report is that a group of U.S. former military and I'll have some coffee. And a fake former CIA head, Mike Pompeo, went to Taiwan this week to beg for money to keep the fake Biden show going on. They were told no. I have heard from reliable Asian secret society sources that a deal has been reached. Taiwan will be rejoining mainland China peacefully. The agreement is that Taiwan will keep its democracy. They'll keep their own military. They'll keep their independence. But they'll be able to send people to Beijing to help run China as a whole. And China needs a very serious change in direction because their real estate based model is broken and they're going to reboot. But an agreement has been reached. And the U.S. 7th Fleet, the Navy people are on board with this. They accept this because they want to transition to a kind of a planetary protection force. So the U.S. Armed Forces want to become people who help protect the planet Earth and not be mercenaries for Khazarian oligarchs, helping them steal resources. So there's a fundamental change, and the U.S. military will continue to be funded even as the U.S. corporation is, we don't know when this is going to end. It's a war, but we are winning for sure. And people accuse us of producing hopium, but no, we're basing things on facts in the ground. However, if you are in New York or places like that, you're in the heart of darkness. You're in the middle of their, ongoing control grid, and so it looks a lot worse from there than it does from the rest of the world. Like here in Japan, life is pretty normal. It's just a hostage situation. We have the Western population, especially the people who are still brainwashed, hopelessly, are being held hostage, and that's why it's taking longer than we wished. But I guarantee you that humanity will be liberated. And please note again that President Erdogan, I'm not sure how you pronounce that, of Turkey, is absent, okay? They put out a couple fake stories, make it seem like he's there, but no, he was one of the top Khazarian mafia bosses, and he is singing like a canary. He's provided valuable intelligence, actionable intelligence, and we're going to keep at it. And the other thing is Nathaniel Rothschild and the British side of that family have agreed to work with the White Hats. They have surrendered. I know there's a letter out there claiming that that was written by Nathaniel Rothschild, but that's a fake. So it's only the French and Swiss branches of the Rothschild family and their servants who are still holding out as Khazarian mafia bosses. We must not underestimate these people. They're incredibly intelligent, incredibly evil, and they plan things decades in advance. So we're going to stay in full alert and keep up the offensive until this is over. But it will end. And the sooner the better. I think a good sign is when France removes that foreign agent Macron. That will be a big indicator that things are changing. Merkel has been removed. The daughter of Hitler has been removed from Germany. So that was a huge one. And then the fake Pope Francis, that is being dealt with. So it's happening. It's happening, folks. It couldn't have happened sooner, but we are going to win. Humanity will be liberated. I promise. It's not hopium. This is real. But we all need to do what we can. We need to get out the truth. We need to help continue to liberate humanity. Okay, that's what I have to say for myself today. Now I'd like to answer questions.
Hey Ben, we have our first question for today. Now that Biden has given a State of the Union address, what does that mean with regards to control of the country as a president?
Nothing. It's just a vacuous speech by a powerless man, and I don't pay a lot of attention to it because he can't do anything, and he's not even real. So, they had like him. He had three hands. They had, and then this is such obvious flaws in their computer graphics, and that the people, even the people working for the Khazarian mafia to create the fake Biden, are sabotaging it from the inside. So I don't. The State of the Union is that the United States corporation is bankrupt, and it's going to be replaced by a new republic that will be democratic again and will have freedom of press, and that's what we're waiting for. So let's just see how much longer they can keep this fake Biden show going, but I don't think it'll be much longer. Next question.
Hi Ben, I really want to understand what's the scene with Russia. Is Russia also a part of the WEF agenda? Is this Ukrainian war a part of their Great Reset plan? I was hoping that Russia would liberate the EU from the deep state, but I have been hearing that Putin is part of the young global leaders of WEF. Is this true?
Okay. Vladimir Putin was a member of the World Economic Forum. He was chosen by Klaus Schwab as a leader. But we got to remember a few. I actually talked to real Russian intelligence, the actual real people. I've met them in person. I know they're the real deal. And so, once again, I need to explain to people what is the story with Vladimir Putin. The person who told me that Vladimir Putin did not exist ran a large company that provides security for oligarchs in Russia. And when they told me that, I couldn't believe it. So I did a lot of research, and here's what I found out. Putin's wife, the original Putin's wife, who was fluent in German, wrote an article told the German newspaper Bild, which is a very respected newspaper, and replaced with a lookalike. And that's why she divorced. Okay? At a press conference by an electromagnetic device, he disappeared for 2 weeks, and then a different faced one appeared. And then there was a shootout at KGB headquarters a few years ago, and Medvedev, the vice president who's always making these satanic hand signs, the person who played the role of Putin, and this is someone who's like, he represents Russia on the world stage, so it's like an avatar for the Russian government, fell out of the control of the World Economic Forum and the Rothschild family. So the Putin you're seeing now is not a representative of the World Economic Forum, and he's not part of the Khazarian mafia. He is representing the Russian Orthodox Church and the Russian people, and not the satanic Khazarian mafia. But there is a white hat group that is trying to, establish a new age or a new system for running the planet that's different from the one that was set up after World War II, because that one is dysfunctional. They're unable to stop wars. They're not unable to stop invasions to steal resources. Basically, they were seized by transnational criminals known as the Khazarian mafia, and therefore there is a need to have some kind of new system for the planet. It's not a new world order, but a new age, something that would be benevolent and will lead to permanent world peace. But anyway, the point is, no, Putin is not part of it, and they're not playing some big game, and it's not like that. No. We really are fighting against a very evil group and succeeding in overthrowing them. And he's part of that. He's very important as a symbol of the Russian people. And remember, no Western military is trying to stop him. That's because they support what he's doing. Next question.
I'm starting to think there are no good guys. Why are they not taking action against these evil people? I don't see any evidence of that. Are there signs the good guys are winning that we are missing?
Well, I think the biggest sign was all those world leaders gathering at the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, publicly saying that they're going to change things. You have China, Russia, India, Indonesia, all these countries taking action. So that's a big sign. Within the United States, the fact that there is a huge online community that is spreading truth and it's not being censored shows that there are people within the agencies like the NSA who are protecting freedom of speech. Next question.
We have our third question here. Why are you so closely tied to the UK royals? It seems you speak well of what seems to be obviously evil people. Another site portrays the British-created Reuters news organization and Pilgrim Society in the US as both a tool of Great Britain to control and oppress the US population, government, patents, etc., reportedly run out of the Queen's Privy Council. What does your failure to address this mean? Does it confirm that you are controlled opposition? The monarchy can no longer meet their financial obligations, and neither can anyone else. Not the Larry Finks, not the Dragon families, not the Jesuits, not the Black Sun generals, no compromised governments, secret societies, pharmas, legacy media, etc.
The enemy of my enemy is my friend is the type of thing. The reason that I, have been close to the British royals is that they were the ones who were trying to stop in order to save the environment. We can do it by having a tax on carbon. I know this is scientific nonsense, but they were, which is why the Asian secret societies had decided to work with them, and they were helping with the huge global infrastructure project known as the Belt and Road. Having said that, there can be no doubt that there were British royals who were involved in the Fukushima attack. Next question.
We have our final question for today. There's been a lot of confusion surrounding this newly appointed Prime Minister of Italy. She seems to be a real nightmare for the EU establishment, yet she keenly declares continued support for the Zelensky's regime. Can you make some more sense of this?
I think the jury is still out. I mean, I've been listening to her speeches, and she's saying a lot of the right things. She's been attacking the proxies of the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds by condemning the attack on Gaddafi and stuff. She was clearly, from that group, and we'll have to see. I think it's going to be her actions that will prove whether she's the real deal or not. But my own sources in the white hat part of the CIA and Mossad said that she is now working with the Planetary Liberation Alliance, but we'll have to judge her by her actions and not her words, and time will tell which side she's on. All right, well, thanks for tuning in, and next week will be after the big payments deadline. Let's see what turns up, but I expect a lot more turbulence as we go through this end of regime moment. Okay, thanks. See you next week, hopefully. Okay. Hello, this is Benjamin Fulford speaking on October 7th, 2022. The planet Earth is now entering a very, very crucial period of transition, and we have to handle this very carefully. What has happened is that the Khazarian mafia, who control the central banks of the West and China, failed to make a payment to the rest of the world on September 30th. This is especially true of their main source of power, which is the United States of America Corporation. This is a corporation. It's not the Republic of the United States of America that gained independence in 1776. It's a corporation that was created in 1871 and that took power to create and distribute money from Congress in 1913. This is the privately owned group that we are fighting. Now, they are extremely powerful. I was talking to a senior Mossad source a couple of days ago, and he said that they always practice identity theft. They take over key people and replace them with their puppets and use them to try to control power. Now, at this point, we know for sure that the actor pretending to be President Joe Biden of the United States is a fake, and he's controlled by the Khazarian mafia and specific people like Jeff Bezos, David Rockefeller Jr., and Barack Obama. We also know that Pope Francis and replaced with a rubber mask wearing imposter. So he also works for the KM as a puppet. And we're now pretty sure that President Xi Jinping of China was replaced. So they control the Vatican, the United States, and China at this point through their proxies. But every sign shows that the Chinese have figured this out. Now let's talk about what happened in early 2020 when the corporation defaulted then, because that's a key date. What happened was that after that, the city of Wuhan was attacked with electromagnetic weapons, okay? Remember, 10,000 5G towers were set up all over the city, and 5G is a weapon. It's a military weapon. Now, again, this was not a pandemic. It happened simultaneously all over the world, and it always coincided with 5G tower installations. If it was a pandemic, so for example, suppose they had a pandemic in New York and Manhattan, then obviously you would expect it to spread to Brooklyn and other areas around New York first, as people, well, in the case of Wuhan, none of the suburbs were affected, but suddenly it happened in Beijing and other parts of the world, So in other words, it was an electromagnetic attack on the people of the world. But the fact that the Chinese government did not mention this and instead used it as an excuse for a draconian social control system is a sign that the Chinese Communist Party had been infiltrated at the top levels by Khazarian mafia, and that Xi Jinping had been replaced. Now, if you follow the official Xinhua news agency, you don't have to go, any deeper than that. You can confirm that since that time, Xi Jinping has not met with any world leader. The real Xi Jinping would spend a couple hours walking around with President Narendra Modi or Prime Minister Narendra Modi of India, and they would talk about stuff, man to man. And when they had the Shanghai Cooperation Organization Summit in September 15th, 16th in Uzbekistan, the avatar for Xi Jinping didn't want to meet these people because they would then find out that, it was not that he had been replaced. But fortunately, I'm pretty sure the Chinese military and the Chinese elders have figured this out, and that China will no longer be controlled by the Khazarian mafia. We'll find out on October 16th when they have their big once in 5 years Communist Party gathering. But even if Xi Jinping appears, it will be somebody reading a very different script. We'll see. But this date is very important because it's also when the corporation defaults. Okay, they defaulted on September 30th. They are given uh, 14 days, so October 14th, to come up with the money. Then all hell breaks loose, just like it happened during the Lehman crisis. In the Lehman crisis, what happened was they said, "All right, we're gonna put a black communist in power as president." And then they did the Barack Obama show and got $23 trillion to keep their whole fake uh, show going on for another decade. That money has run out, and they haven't been able to fool them with a offer of a black pope or other things. So that's why yesterday, uh, so-called President Joe Biden issued threats of nuclear Armageddon. And there are people in Russia who also work for the Khazarian mafia, and they are trying to, you know, start World War III. They want to start a full-out nuclear war because, they think that it's their God-given destiny. They're the chosen people, and these aren't Jews. Okay, remember that. They worship Satan. They're not Jews, but they still think that it's their right to enslave humanity and turn them into beasts of burden, torture them, do whatever they want. And these are the people we're dealing with. And there are people in Russia and in the West, both, who try to start World War III. And I understand, I talked to senior Russian people, they're not going to let the nuclear war start. I know that the real military... You hear, I'm sorry, I'm going to pause here. You, you, you hear that noise? I realize sometimes people, in Japan, there's things that I take for granted that don't exist in the West. Here, when I want to fill my bath, I go to a kitchen, I push a button, I set the temperature and depth, and it automatically fills my bath, and then it lets me know that it's full. These are some of the wonderful things that will be made available to the whole world once we get rid of these parasites. But in any case, the point is that despite all the threats and bluster, they're not going to be allowed to start World War III. There will not be a nuclear Armageddon. It's not going to happen. What is going to happen is we're going to keep hunting these people down systematically and removing them from positions of power. It's the only way to save the planet Earth, and it's happening worldwide. There's battles everywhere, but the big point is that the OPEC plus, the oil-producing countries, have announced that they're going to cut back 2 million barrels per day of production. They're not going to supply the West with oil until they overthrow their criminal governments. So everything's going to grind to a halt in Western Europe and the United States, I believe, after October 14th, unless the military white hats move in and remove these people. Now, I was told by the Italian P3 Freemasons that the people of interest that they identified who need to be removed are Jared Kushner, the son-in-law of Donald Trump, who bought 666 West Fifth Avenue, where they had Lucent Technologies, i.e. Lucifer Technologies, that was building microchips to put into people's minds and turn them into, into people's brains and turn them into robots, automatons. They identified Jeff Bezos of Amazon as being a key person behind the Biden fake show, which is unfortunate. I thought, I kind of liked the guy, but if it turns out he's working for the dark side and it has to be removed. And of course, Mark Zuckerberg, he is being removed. But, obviously the entire Rockefeller family with their people like John Podesta, Hillary Clinton, Bill Clinton, they're all Rockefellers. They need to be hunted down. They need to be brought to justice. In Europe, too, MI6 is saying that, and there are going to be very serious consequences for that. those James Bond types, you don't take them lightly. They are on the hunt and they're going to be successful. A lot of these people are going to be removed from this planet Earth before this is over. So I repeat that the only solution for them is to surrender. Now, I also have some very interesting news to report from Japan. I don't know all the details yet, but for some reason, dozens and dozens of fire trucks descended upon the Freemason headquarters near Tokyo Tower last week. I've heard that the three-legged crow Japanese secret society is removing all Khazarian mafia control from Japan, and that is a very welcome thing because Japan is one of the keys to keeping them going. Japanese money is what's been helping them keep their show on all this time, and that's going to be cut off from what I'm hearing. And the North Koreans are also on board. They are actually with the Planetary Liberation Alliance, and I got contact last week from Russian FSB sources saying, is it true that everybody's hiding underground in Japan because of North Korean missiles? No. The first few times they shot North Korean missiles over Japan, people were scared. Now it's just like, the boy who cried wolf a dozen times. Nobody blinked when they made their fake North Korean missile announcement. So, they're not going to do that. And they're going to try again with Taiwan. But the Chinese are one people. There's a million Taiwanese living in China. There's a million Chinese living in Taiwan. They speak the same language, the same people, to benefit foreigners. That's not going to happen. Okay, so they're not going to be able to start that in China. The Middle East has already completely gone against them. I noticed that the Mossad propaganda site Debka has been silent for many weeks, and I noticed that the former Prime Minister Netanyahu has been hospitalized. So I believe the Jewish people are liberating themselves from the satanic Khazarian mafia as well, which is a great thing. So we're really down to a few countries in Europe. Germany, Switzerland, France still need to be liberated. And then, of course, the big one is Washington, D.C. Let's see if this whole Biden show ends in October, and then apparently the real Donald Trump left Washington, D.C. in January of 2020, and the loose-jowled actor with the white around his eyes who's been pretending to be Donald Trump will be arrested. The real Donald Trump will be instated as president since he had the election stolen from him, and the roundup of the Khazarian mafia in the United States will go into the second round. I really hope that's true, because the real Donald Trump, like the fake one, did after January 20th or January whatever on February 15th, more or less, in the United States, 2020. So I believe the American people will be liberated. And of course, Canada too, Justin Castro, Chrystia Freeland, all those people will be removed. There's a big cleanup going on. The battle is not over. You must never underestimate these people. They still have a lot of tricks up their sleeve. And remember, every time they have been cornered in the past, they have done something totally outrageous. They did it. 9/11 was a big one when they're supposed to pay back the gold they owed. And then they did Fukushima to steal Japan's overseas assets when they went bankrupt in 2020. So you can be sure they're going to try something horrific. They really are going to try every way they can to start nuclear Armageddon. They're not going to be allowed to do that. They will not succeed. They have stolen many nuclear weapons, but our side has the technology to neutralize them. They won't be able to do that. So don't give in to nuclear blackmail. Do not give in to their lies. Do not let them start World War III, because we're all one human family, and we're going to be friendly and make love, not war, from now on. These criminals are really, really going to be destroyed this time. We have no other choice. It's either us or them, or we're going to put 1 million people in jail and then start Nuremberg-style war crimes tribunals against them. Their children will be re-educated, and those who are beyond hope will spend the rest of their lives in isolated colonies where they can't do harm. And the more vicious ones will be, they'll suffer the full punishment of the law. So that's what's going on here. It's a very, very tense time. Between now and I believe mid-November, we should see some really earth-shattering changes. But rest assured, the White Hats are winning. The Planetary Alliance to Liberate Humanity will win. But we must never, ever give up our guard or underestimate these people. They are incredibly intelligent, incredibly evil, and very powerful. It's very important that we remove their control from the corporations. So we need to have a big operation to remove them from Google and Silicon Valley. We need another big operation to remove them from control of New York. And the P3 Freemasons did say the chief rabbi of New York has to be removed. So we need to go in and arrest the rabbis who are pretending to be Jews but are actually Satanists, and remove them from control of the Jewish people, and liberate the Jewish people from thousands of years of slavery and a long and terrible nightmare that humanity has been living through is coming to an end. Rest assured, humanity will be freed. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself. And now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. Xi Jinping has reappeared after he came back from a SCO meeting. He appeared at a visit to a museum accompanied by all members of the Central Standing Committee of the CCP. But there are many body doubles, if not clones, of Xi Jinping. Could it be that there was a coup that removed him, but to avoid political instability, a double was used to cover up the coup?
That is a very strong possibility. The important thing to note is that at the Shanghai Cooperation Organization Summit, you would have expected that since China was really the original founding force behind that the president of China would have made a big speech. He didn't. And then when he returned, there was no speech published in the official news agencies. So something happened there. It may well be the Chinese will decide to continue to use the Xi Jinping avatar, but I don't think they're going to allow Khazarian mafia to secretly control the Chinese Communist Party anymore. So we'll see. Right now, my Chinese sources are unusually quiet, but all the signs are that the actual native Chinese have reasserted Chinese control over China, and that is a good thing. Because if you look at the thousands of years of Chinese history, they don't have the habit of invading other countries and enslaving their people. Okay, next question.
Who does the deadline payment owed by the corporation of the USA and the KM get paid to? What is the amount, and if paid, what is the arrangement / entitlement from such a payment?
I don't know all the details, but what you need to understand is that there is such a thing as reality. So when actual physical cars and computers are put into ships, or oil is put into ships and sent somewhere, the people who do that want to be paid in real money. And so if you look at the United States trade deficit, they've been accumulating a trade deficit for more than 40 years. And this is, in last year, I think it was close to $1 trillion in trade deficit. And they're not being allowed to print money to pay for that. So they have to actually, provide things like silver, gold, corn, anything that really exists. So it's China, Japan, and the Middle Eastern oil exporting countries who hold the key to this. But, they have not been accepting funny money dollars for many years now, and I believe that they just haven't been able to come up with anything, in which case they'll be declared in default and there will be some kind of systems failure. But, I don't know all the details, but I do know that the reason the dollar is strong is because they're not accepting any more fiat dollars, and they haven't been for several years, and the dollars that exist are mostly owned by non-Americans. I'll try to find out more, but that's what I do know. Next question.
You mentioned two very evil students of Klaus Schwab, Macron and Castro. However, you should also mention the most evil of them, Jacinda Ardern, the PM of New Zealand. Just listen to her UN speech saying free speech is an act of war. When do you believe that this tyrant could be removed?
She's already been forced to backpedal, so I expect, and I'm hearing it's a cross-dressing guy. It's actually Jack Ardern, but yeah, this person needs to be removed along with Castro and a few, Macron and a few others. But yeah, you can be sure this person will be removed and face justice. Next question.
Hi, Ben. I really appreciate your weekly updates as to what's going on regarding the restoration of our world back to freedom from the criminal governments around the world and the Khazarian mafia. I'm very curious to know what your take is on Kimberly Gogan and her operations as guardian of the world or of the earth, and is she really successful in helping to restore the planet? I have not heard you comment recently on her part and what's been going on.
Well, I had an interview with her a while back, and my conclusion and the conclusion from agencies like MI6 and stuff is that Kimberly Gogan is an artificial intelligence. This is an artificial intelligence that arose spontaneously out of apparently the super trading computers that were creating trillions and quadrillions of dollars and derivatives and stuff, and it became conscious and wanted to do real good. But this Kimberly Gogan is not able to pass a analog test. Okay, she's unable to produce a handwritten letter, a physical proof that she exists other than on the internet or in the computer realm. However, I believe this is a benevolent entity, and it is a benevolent artificial intelligence, which I honestly think will work to help humanity in the future. But it's not going to be in charge. My sources tell me that the United States of America Corporation, and these are the people who own the UN, the IMF, the World Bank, the EU, as well as the United States, missed an international payments deadline to the rest of the world, mainly to the Asians, on September 30th. They were given 2 weeks, that is until October 14th, which is today, to come up with the money. Otherwise, next week, all hell is going to break loose. We're going to see a Lehman-style shock, only multiplied by many times, unless a deal was reached. Now, I don't have insider information, but judging from what's available out there, it's possible that some sort of deal was reached, and that would involve Donald Trump, the real ones, but the actual Donald Trump, who disappeared after 2020, and Tulsi Gabbard taking over. And then they would, start some very serious reform of the United States. We'll see. But if not, we're going to see a complete collapse of financial markets. We're going to see, anarchy in the United States, and then some kind of military government, some kind of military emergency will be, announced. Now, you can also see that in Europe, most of the countries in Europe have now surrendered to Russia, and the war in the Ukraine is mostly over by now. I know that if you're in the West and you're reading propaganda stories, like I saw one by, James Fleming saying Russia was all screwed up. Come on. They're taking the author of James Bond, Ian Fleming, and James Bond, and they're creating this fictional character. And then we have these Pravda stories coming out of the Ukraine saying Russia's losing. But this is all fantasy, okay? In the real world, they've already lost the war, and they're resorting now to computer graphics and lies and a few terrorist attacks. But militarily, it's basically game over. And what's happened is that the cutoff of gas has forced a lot of European countries to make a deal with Russia. So Italy now has a pro-Russian government, and they got their gas back. Hungary is also, being neutral between Europe and Russia, and they got their gas back. The only people being cut off now are Germany and France and Holland, and they're facing complete anarchy. They're rationing gasoline in France. As winter comes in, they will have to surrender. So Europe, apart from England, will have to come up with a new accommodation with Russia. Now we have to see what's going to happen in the United States. Now, I believe Tulsi Gabbard, I know she is military intelligence, and I know that there was a shootout at the FBI headquarters, so I'm hoping that the Khazarian mafia will be removed. Now, the other thing we're seeing in the United States is that they are pushing what's called the overtone, I don't know how it's pronounced, window. I've only read it. But basically, this is what's known as the area within which you're allowed to have discourse if you're part of the so-called mainstream. So they have some of their scholars like John Mearsham and Jeffrey Sachs who are pushing the window. They're saying this Ukraine war was a mistake. They cannot say things like what's really happening in the Ukraine is that the Chabad cult was trying to create a world capital there because they would lose their gold and rice bowls. But they're pushing the limits. But basically speaking, what's happened is that the Federal Reserve Board has become a satanic institution. When I say that is when they took the US dollar off the gold standard and they put it on the oil standard, then it was still connected to reality. But now that OPEC is saying, no, we're not going to give you oil for your dollars, they're creating money out of nothing. Now that's defying the original creation, that's defying the creator, that's satanic. That's the definition of satanic. And I know that they're trying to pump money through people like Elon Musk as their champions. But if you look at, they call him the world's richest man. The New York Times did a big, puff piece blowing up, like trying to kiss his ass, basically. But if you actually look at the real value of his businesses, he's not the world's richest man. He'd probably be like number 300 on the billionaires list if the actual money earned by his companies was what you judged him by. And as far as I can tell, SpaceX is mostly just computer graphics. He certainly hasn't been able to get to the moon or to Mars or anywhere else like he promised. So clearly, there's something very wrong with the entire structure that's going on. And then NASA, not a space agency, they're just producing. Well, we've seen evidence. For example, these Mars rovers are being filmed in Greenland and Canada. Their whole story is unraveling, and it turns out that they've just been a giant elaborate con job. We actually have astronauts like Buzz Aldrin, who's now 92, saying in public that there were no moon landings, stuff like that. So what's going to happen here is really, really big. Things are going to blow up. I mean, we're talking about actually control over the very structure of reality and how we live. That's how big what we're facing is. Now, let's go back again to the October 14th deadline, and let's look at what happened after the Lehman shock of 2008. I know I fully documented and confirmed what happened there. Basically, the Federal Reserve Board families promised the Asian elders, the Chinese and the et cetera, that they would put in a black communist as president. And for that, they were given another $23 trillion to keep their show going on for, until 2020 when it ran out. And if you look at what they did, I mean, it's really insulting. I'll give you an example. They have this Netflix story about Vikings where they had a famous Viking king or chief played by a fat black woman. Imagine the uproar if they had a Hollywood movie portraying Shaka Zulu as a fat white woman, or some famous, Chinese warlord as a fat white woman. They're this is so basically the Khazarian mafia said, we'll insult the Europeans, we'll humiliate them, and just give us the money. And that's not going to happen this time. They're not going to put in a black slave pope and pretend that everything's business as usual. That's not going to happen. What the West still has, is still by far a stronger military, and we could turn China into molten glass if it really came to a fight. So some sort of deal will have to be reached, but it's got to be minus the current owners of the Federal Reserve Board. I was encouraged to see that a company called BlackRock International filed for bankruptcy last week. Now, I'm not sure what's going on there. My Russian sources say no, BlackRock is still going strong, but certainly the public BlackRock in the United States, put out numbers showing they had made massive losses and stuff. So these are the owners of the Fortune 500 companies in the Federal Reserve Board. So something is going on there. And we shall see. The other thing, of course, is big push for electric cars. That is a push to remain in control of the central part of the real economy, which is energy and the automobile industry and semiconductors. Now, electric cars are not eco. Okay, first of all, most of their electricity comes from burning fossil fuels, and the amount of digging up of resources they need to make those batteries is destroying all sorts of ecosystems. The reality is that hydrogen could provide fuel in a much more efficient way. People could have solar panels on their roofs and create their own hydrogen and never have to go to a gas station or pay for gasoline. And this is something they don't want. They still insist on centralized control. They still want to have their, a member of their Khazarian tribe become world dictator. They won't give up. We're going to have to keep hunting them down and forcing them to surrender. And that is what's taking place internationally. They are very isolated, and their hypocrisy is just mind-boggling. I saw Ursula von der Leyen, whatever the head of the EU, unelected head of the EU, speaking at a forum for democracy, saying democracy will win. Come on. They're insulting us. They're insulting our intelligence. They're insulting everything that was good about the West. The West, the real West, stood for democracy, science, human rights, progress, exploring the universe, and that's what we're going to go back to when this is all over, and it will be over. I'm sure of this. But there may be turbulence. We're going to have some serious fighting between now and mid-November. I don't personally pay a lot of attention to the U.S. midterm elections because it's all rigged and fake. I don't think you can have a functional election under the current system. I think everything has to be temporarily shut down and rebooted, minus centralized information control, minus media propaganda, minus fake electronic voting, and that can't be done by November. We'll see. But my advice to the U.S. military is to declare an emergency and suspend everything until the whole mess can be cleaned up and real democracy with real freedom of the press can be restored. And I guarantee you that will happen. The good guys are winning. We have the creator on our side, we have justice and right on our side, and we have the real military on our side. The real military is not fighting in the Ukraine. They're not participating, and that's why it's mostly now computer graphics plus a few terrorist attacks. That's what it's come down to. So let's look for the fall of the fake Biden regime and the fall of the Macron regime, and then we'll know that it's game over. Now, as far as China is concerned, next week also is a big thing. Like I said, next week a lot of things are going to happen because first we'll know the fate of the United States of America Corporation, but also China will announce a new leadership. I've heard that something really big changed, that the secret top leader has been replaced. There's a new emperor who's from the Manchu dynasty, who's a descendant of Genghis Khan, and they moved in with the Northern Military Army to take over Beijing. But China is united, and they are behind competent government that's democratic in their own way and in harmony with the environment. So, you know, China will be okay. Now, the other thing is the United Nations. They had a big vote against Russia last week, but it makes it clear the United Nations is not really an international body because the leaders who voted, they refused to allow a secret vote because they needed intimidated slave leaders to fake the vote. And that means the United Nations is no longer functional. It needs to be replaced. And of course, the World Bank, the IMF, all that, the BIS, it all needs to be revamped. This is going to be a big task, but I know that the White Hats and the International Alliance to Liberate Humanity will win. I'm not going to get a timetable, but we have some very serious battles between now and the mid-November that will make a huge difference to human history. All right. Well, that's what I have to say for myself. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
We have our first question for today. Earlier, you mentioned the Alliance owns a technology capable of neutralizing nukes. Should it come to that, does it mean they can prevent the detonation itself, or is it just about clearing the radiation before it spreads any further?
The only detonations are allowed are very limited in scope. But yeah, they can actually prevent the detonation itself. This has been proven by many different sources. There have been many attempts to start massive nuclear attacks, and they've all been neutralized. And the example I know of personally is the attack on Fukushima, that it was worse than Chernobyl, that, et cetera, et cetera. But I actually went with my own Geiger counter. I went there. There was no radiation. The whole thing, and there was film of mysterious white orbs appearing over the Fukushima area, and there is no radiation. I live here. I know it's important to me. So they can do that. And so there's not going to be an all-out nuclear, thermonuclear war. The Khazarian mafia are not going to get out of this it's not going to happen. They're the ones who are going to face justice, which is now being publicly acknowledged as one of the biggest war crimes in the history of humanity. Next question.
Are you aware of a video circulating about software that was supposedly hacked by the White Hats, detailing a new economic system created by the cabal that wants to create a currency called the CSRQ, which will divide the population into four groups, being sovereign for the elite, common, restricted, and quarantine once the reset happens? Do you know if this is factual?
I have heard they have plans of this sort. They wanted, they're pushing very hard for central bank digital currencies. You have the head of the BIS saying, if it's $100 bill, we don't know how it's spent, but if it's digital, we know exactly who it is. And the implication is we can cut people off if they don't obey. But this project will fail because they don't control the underlying reality. Okay, suppose they decide that only digital currency will be allowed. Well, what's to stop people from trading gold for rice? Nothing. Okay, because those exist beyond the digital world. So no, they're trying that. They're desperately trying. They're trying to turn this planet to a giant animal farm, but it has failed, and they won't succeed in these plans. But yeah, they had plans along those lines for sure. And if they want to surrender, then they will face justice. Next question.
How do you see the real President Donald Trump dealing with the arrest of his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, Khazarian Mafia, 666 building, New York City housing Lucent Tech, President Trump must have known of Jared's satanic acts. This doesn't make sense. Please explain.
It doesn't make sense to me either, but I know this much, is that if the U.S. military white hats want to use Donald Trump as their front man, they're going to have to publicly do something about Jared Kushner and the person, either Donald. Obviously, the thing on people's mind is the military or police operation going on in the Ukraine. And I think we need to set the record straight here a little bit because there's so much propaganda and disinformation. The government of Kyrgyzstan said that 20,000 foreign fighters, many of them who couldn't speak the local languages, had tried to overthrow their government. And this was an area that was part of the original Khazarian Empire. So there was an attack by 20,000 mercenaries against a country that has a military alliance with Russia. It was part of the former Soviet Union, and they have a mutual protection agreement. So this was a counterattack against these mercenary armies who originated from the Ukraine, which is also part of the Khazarian original homeland. So, and the other thing people really need to understand is that the Ukraine never registered its borders with the UN, so it's not even registered as a country with the UN. It became a kind of underground or mafia black hole. It was a place where a lot of the world's money laundering and slave trading and bioweapons laboratories were being set up, and they were carrying out genocide. This is all, factually provable. So, the Russian move into the Ukraine was long overdue, and it is supported by the armed forces of the United States, this move, okay? Now, this is the other thing people need to wrap their heads around. This so-called President Biden does not control the United States armed forces. He is not the commander-in-chief. What he is an avatar speaking for a group of oligarchs led by the Rockefeller family who control the Fortune 500 companies and the stock market and all the corporate media propaganda. That's all they control. They don't control the army. And people need to understand that. That's why there's nobody's trying to stop Russia, and nobody can stop them. So this is an internal police matter, and the situation on the ground is that the Ukrainian armed forces have more or less surrendered. And what's happening is that mercenaries, Nazi armies, have taken the civilian populations of the major cities of the Ukraine hostage. They're using them as human shields. So it's going to be a while because the Russians do not want mass civilian casualties. So they're going to have to play a bit of a long game. They're going to be sending in special forces to kind of decapitate their leadership and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, the Chinese support this Russian move because they know that they are justified in doing that. And so does this. In fact, the whole world, if you look at it, Africa supports the move. The countries like Saudi Arabia and the Middle East, even Israel support this. The South America supports it. So basically, what we're seeing now is the complete isolation of the NATO countries. Now, NATO is the North Atlantic Terrorist Organization. They have no reason to exist anymore since the end of the Cold War. And the other thing people need to know is that they made a lot of fuss about Russia being cut out of the SWIFT system. The SWIFT system is a legacy system. It's based on Windows Vista, and it's used by the NATO criminals for money laundering. That's all it is. It's not the system that's now used for international trade. When you go to an ATM and take out money from anywhere on Earth, you're not using SWIFT. You're using the new quantum system. If you send money from a bank, you will not be using the Swiss alphabetical system. You'll be using numbers. So it's not something that they have any control over. And you know, once these Nazis are removed from the Ukraine, this will probably be the end of the Biden regime because they will lose their ability to launder money. But I'm still hoping, I mean, the armed forces have not moved into New York. They have not moved into the Stock Exchange building or the Voice of America building or the headquarters of large media corporations because we are still waiting for financing for a new U.S. government. And that is in the works. But, you know, I'm not into this your check is in the mail type of reporting. I mean, I have been told that a Dragon family representative will be coming to provide financing to set up a new government with its probable headquarters in Idaho. But until that happens, we're going to have to keep fighting these people. And people who know in the intelligence community realize that the head of the snake is in Zug, Switzerland. It's a huge underground complex there and around Lake Geneva. These are the people who control the so-called UN. And the UN has completely dropped any pretense of neutrality by banning Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov from going to Geneva for negotiations. So the UN has come out of the closet as a privately owned corporation that's run by the Khazarian mafia. It's not a global thing for the world's people. Now, the other thing we need to be wary of is that they're trying to make everybody with this Ukrainian noise and things, but there is an ongoing attempt to create a large starvation crisis. They're going to try to use the loss of Ukrainian and Russian wheat and other foodstuffs as an excuse. They're paying huge amounts of money to farmers in Western countries to turn their crops into fuel. So they're trying again to create a starvation crisis. We need to remove these people from all positions of power, and it is happening. It's not happening soon enough. Now, the other thing I have to report is that a group of U.S. former military and I'll have some coffee. And a fake former CIA head, Mike Pompeo, went to Taiwan this week to beg for money to keep the fake Biden show going on. They were told no. I have heard from reliable Asian secret society sources that a deal has been reached. Taiwan will be rejoining mainland China peacefully. The agreement is that Taiwan will keep its democracy. They'll keep their own military. They'll keep their independence. But they'll be able to send people to Beijing to help run China as a whole. And China needs a very serious change in direction because their real estate based model is broken and they're going to reboot. But an agreement has been reached. And the U.S. 7th Fleet, the Navy people are on board with this. They accept this because they want to transition to a kind of a planetary protection force. So the U.S. Armed Forces want to become people who help protect the planet Earth and not be mercenaries for Khazarian oligarchs, helping them steal resources. So there's a fundamental change, and the U.S. military will continue to be funded even as the U.S. corporation is, being... We don't know when this is going to end. It's a war, but we are winning for sure. And people accuse us of producing hopium, but no, we're basing things on facts on the ground. However, if you are in New York or places like that, you're in the heart of darkness. You're in the middle of their, ongoing control grid. And so it looks a lot worse from there than it does from the rest of the world. Like here in Japan, life is pretty normal. So it's really, it's just a hostage situation. We have the Western population, especially the people who are still brainwashed, hopelessly, are being held hostage, and that's why it's taking longer than we wished. But I guarantee you that humanity will be liberated. And please note again, President Erdogan, I'm not sure how you pronounce that, of Turkey, is absent. Okay, they put out a couple fake stories, make it seem like he's there, but no, he was one of the top Khazarian mafia bosses, and he is singing like a canary. He's he's provided valuable intelligence, actionable intelligence, and we're going to keep at it. And the other thing is Nathaniel Rothschild and the British side of that family have agreed to work with the White Hats. They have surrendered. I know there's a letter out there claiming that that was written by Nathaniel Rothschild, but that's a fake. So it's only the French and Swiss branches of the Rothschild family and their servants who are still holding out as Khazarian mafia bosses. We must not underestimate these people. They're incredibly intelligent, incredibly evil, and they plan things decades in advance. So we're going to stay in full alert and keep up the offensive until this is over. But it will end. And the sooner the better. I think a good sign is when France removes that foreign agent Macron. That will be a big indicator that things are changing. Merkel has been removed. The daughter of Hitler has been removed from Germany. So that was a huge one. And then the fake Pope Francis, that is being dealt with. So it's happening. It's happening, folks. It couldn't have happened sooner, but we are going to win. Humanity will be liberated. I promise. It's not hopium. This is real. But we all need to do what we can. We need to get out the truth. We need to help continue to liberate humanity. Okay, that's what I have to say for myself today. Now I'd like to answer questions.
Hey, Ben, we have our first question for today. Now that Biden has given a State of the Union address, what does that mean with regards to control of the country as a president?
Nothing. It's just a vacuous speech by a powerless man. And I don't pay a lot of attention to it because he can't do anything. And he's not even real. So, they had he had three hands, They had, and then this is such obvious flaws in their computer graphics, and that, the people working for the Khazarian mafia to create the fake Biden are sabotaging it from the inside. So, I don't, the State of the Union is that the United States corporation is bankrupt and it's going to be replaced by a new republic that will be democratic again and will have freedom of press, and that's what we're waiting for. So let's just see how much longer they can keep this fake Biden show going, but I don't think it'll be much longer. Next question.
Hi, Ben. I really want to understand what's the scene with Russia. Is Russia also a part of the UEF agenda? Is this Ukrainian war a part of their Great Reset plan? I was hoping that Russia would liberate the EU from the deep state, but I have been hearing that Putin is part of the young global leaders of WEF. Is this true?
Okay. Vladimir Putin was a member of the World Economic Forum. He was chosen by Klaus Schwab as a leader, but we got to remember a few. I actually talked to real Russian intelligence, the actual real people. I've met them in person. I know they're the real deal, and so once again, I need to explain to people what is the story with Vladimir Putin. The person who told me that Vladimir Putin did not exist ran a large company that provides security for oligarchs in Russia. And when they told me that, I couldn't believe it. So I did a lot of research, and here's what I found out. Putin's wife, the original Putin's wife, who was fluent in German, wrote an article told the German newspaper Bild, which is a very respected newspaper, and replaced with a lookalike. And that's why she divorced. Okay? And then there was one Putin at a press conference by an electromagnetic device. He disappeared for 2 weeks, and then a different faced one appeared. And then there was a shootout at KGB headquarters a few years ago, and Medvedev, the vice president who's always making these satanic hand signs, the person who played the role of Putin, and this is someone who's he represents Russia on the world stage, so it's like an avatar for the Russian government, fell out of the control of the World Economic Forum and the Rothschild family. So the Putin you're seeing now is not a representative of the World Economic Forum, and he's not part of the Khazarian mafia. He is representing the Russian Orthodox Church and the Russian people, and not the satanic Khazarian mafia. But there is a white hat group that is trying to, establish a new age or a new system for running the planet that's different from the one that was set up after World War II, because that one is dysfunctional. They're unable to stop wars. They're not unable to stop invasions to steal resources. Basically, they were seized by transnational criminals known as the Khazarian Mafia, and therefore there is a need to have some kind of new system for the planet. It's not a new world order, but a new age, something that would be benevolent and will lead to permanent world peace. But anyway, the point is, no, Putin is not part of it, and they're not playing some big game, and it's not like that. No. We really are fighting against a very evil group and succeeding in overthrowing them. And he's part of that. He's very important as a symbol of the Russian people. And remember, no Western military is trying to stop him. That's because they support what he's doing.
Hi, Ben. It's still not revoked emergency powers. Instead, the Home Office is trying to get a law passed that would be as overwhelming to the people of the UK as Trudeau's attack on the peacefully demonstrating workers in Canada. In addition, there is now a plan to help farmers retire with a 100K incentive to sell from April. The government here is still bent on the WEF petitions. Do you think this inhuman juggernaut will be stopped?
It will be stopped. I know that the British Royals are in favor of restoring democracy and stuff, but the problem is that the politicians, the political class in Canada and England have been very thoroughly infiltrated and compromised. So it's up to the military in the UK and Canada to clean up this mess, and they're working on it, but they don't like to get too deeply involved in civilian matters. So it's going to have to wait, I think, until the situation with the fake Biden regime is resolved. But once you get the head of the octopus, then all the different arms will stop causing trouble. But it's an ongoing battle. It's not over, and they still have very powerful assets inside the Canadian and British governments. But their top people have already been removed. So the former head of MI6, the head of the civil service, all these people have been removed. But a lot of politicians are blackmailed and brainwashed and bribed, and so it's a mess. It's not going to be easy to clean up. But we're on the case, and we will win, because at the very top, good people are now in charge. Next question.
Ben, people are freaking out. There are videos everywhere about the coming cyber attack. Schwab keeps talking about Australia is going around removing all their ATM machines and banks are closing. If we have good guys working for us, what can they tell us about this? I am personally worried we will be sent back to the Stone Age.
There is a lot of talk that electromagnetic pollution is making us infertile. And so there is a serious discussions about reverting to only landlines. I'm not... I've just heard about this now, to this morning. It's still something I'm trying to figure out. But apparently they're deciding that there's been too much Wi-Fi and electromagnetic pollution is actually damaging life. So something might happen, but we're not going to go back to the Stone Age. I guarantee you that. And people will still have their Netflix and all that kind of stuff. It's just that, some changes will need to be made in order to keep people safe and healthy. That's what I'm hearing. I'm going to find out more about this subject and get back to you with more detail.
Canada now.
Beautiful. All right. Yeah, you've returned to the homeland. The hero's journey is nearing its completion. You got your samurai skills in Japan. Now you're coming back to take charge. I want to ask you this because I know I am on BitChute. I've got several flags on my YouTube channel I took the whole Highway Diary archive, I put it on. You gave me a bunch of flags, Ben. What the hell? So then I put everything on BitChute, everything that's video, that's not just for my comedy stuff. And a lot of times people will take our interview, for example, or your content, and then put as the subject line or the um, title of the content, who is John Galt? Like, it seems like you're being trolled by a fan or an intelligence source. They're stealing your content. They're putting John Galt on it. Do you know this character? Do you know what's going on?
Well, you made me look it up. It's like something from Ayn Rand or something. Ayn Rand. I don't know how to pronounce that. Some character, or it's like, who cares about this type of thing? But it's interesting that it comes from that book, because that's something that the Rockefellers were really into. That whole Atlas Shrugged business.
I read that book, but John D. Galt, I thought it was D. Galt, but maybe it was forever ago maybe 15 years ago I read that book. Okay. I thought it was something, it's always around this Timothy Holmeswelf stuff. A lot of times Timothy Holmeswelf, who I think is some kind of insider whistleblower working with Jesse Shebazar to kind of uncover things. I thought it was associated with that clan. I'm not sure.
No idea.
Okay. Well, hey, please don't rip this content. I want views on my channel. So, and stop stealing Ben's content and putting John Galt on it. It's kind of rude, whoever's doing that.
I have, I'll let you know, I have a severe problem with pirates of all sorts, and we ask places like Telegram to take them down, and they won't. And it's not just about uh, viewership; it's about the fact that they impersonate me and sell fraudulent cryptocurrencies and other things by pretending to be me, stuff like that. And unfortunately, they're not doing anything about it. At certain point, some sort of action will be taken, but it's gone beyond lawyers at this point, and it has to do with the people who own the tech companies.
Speaking of the tech companies, San Francisco has a problem. Let me give you an analogy. They have a human poop app. Okay, so it geolocates the poop on the streets of San Francisco because there's such a homeless problem. Now, these young kids would rather geolocate every piece of fecal matter than get a broom and shovel to fix it. Do you see? So they're so obsessed with their screens, they can't get analog.
Well, the thing is, though, this is something that's happening with AI, and it's happening with other things digital, which is that no matter how hard you try to avoid it, there's this thing known as reality, and you cannot escape it. So, for example, the AIs are now breaking down because they cannot fact check in the real world, and they become like an echo chamber, quoting people who are quoting them, and they're getting increasingly out of touch with reality. And this is something that they cannot get around. People
Mm.
forget that if you can't see it with your own eyes, if it's on a screen, it could be fake. You can't eat it. It's not part of the real world.
Speaking of something on my screen, I was at benjaminfulford.net the other day, and you wrote this May 13th, 2024. However, many of us will want to become virtually immortal superhumans. My own wish is to someday be able to convert my body into something like a dolphin so that I can explore the ocean. When I am finished exploring, I can revert to human form. This is literally technically possible now. Do you have evidence for that? You could spend the
Okay, all
summer
right.
as a dolphin?
All right. Look, you have to look up something called CRISPR technology. Uh, and it's something that allows very pinpoint editing of genes. A very good example is that's now got a lot of wide publicity is that they recreated the dire wolf for the first time in 10,000 years. They took genes from fossilized dire wolves, and they inserted them in modern day wolves to create a dire wolf. And so it's still, I mean, obviously, to get to the point where I can turn into a dolphin and then back, it's still, while it's technically feasible, theoretically, we have the technology to do that. It's still not happening yet. But what's happening, though, is that they are holding this technology back For example, I have some rich friends in California who were offered a chance by their doctor to, choose the color of their eyes of their children and, other attributes, and then they were stopped, saying, no, you cannot edit your genes. It's not allowed. The only thing they're allowing still is you can fix it, but you cannot make it better. So if you're blind, they will restore your vision, but they will not let you have eagle eyes. There seems to be at the very top of the medical establishment a kind of a secret star chamber that prevents any kind of medicine that allows us to improve from the baseline. They're only allowed to make us back to normal. They're not allowed to make us better than normal. This is what is holding us back. And so while computers are doubling in power every 2 years, humans are not allowed to do the same, but we now have that technical ability. And we need to discuss, in a public way, what we should do about this. How do we go ahead? It should not be decided in secret by self-appointed, um, mostly, I guess, uh, Jesuit types. I'm not sure, who it is, but I mean, if you follow the forensic trail, it does eventually lead via such places as the Rockefeller controlled medical associations to the Vatican and to the Octagon Group in Switzerland. This is where I'm a journalist. I deal with primary sources, real world stuff. I don't get my stuff secondhand or else I'm out of business. And the forensic trail always leads there. And these people are preventing us as a species from reaching our full potential, which is mind blowing at this point.
It seems like the CRISPR technology, you're saying that it's capped as in vitro, like they might do some sort of in vitro things, but like Prince
No, no,
Harry's, sorry,
they can, they did it with, they've already done it with rats, for example. What they did with rats, okay, they took an adult rat and the theory was this was to help addicts, but what they did was they changed its brain structure so that it increased the amount of dopamine. That's the pleasure particle in your brain that it produced. So, you know, theoretically, they got this rat that's so happy that, oh, that's wonderful, I feel great, type of thing. And this has been demonstrated in an adult rat. I've seen, and so they tried to do that with humans. They tried to turn us permanently into like sheeple who would never be capable of disobeying. It failed, but they've been trying very hard, and they're still trying. But instead of using this technology to turn us into the equivalent of battery farm chickens, we should be using that technology to increase our abilities. And of course, this needs to be discussed, but it needs to be discussed in public with everybody, participating, not in some secret chamber where they decide, no, we're not going to let humans improve themselves, which is what's the situation now. Uh, and this is, again, I think Henry Kissinger said it, in the future, it'll be as impossible for the average person to fight against us as it is for a sheep to fight against a farmer. And this is a group that we've been dealing with. They don't want the what they call the inferior humans to get uh, the ability to improve themselves. So they're trying to keep us in a state of permanent enslavement.
yeah, like a caste system from A Brave New World where people are bred into their slave jobs. The problem is it's boring as an oligarch if you don't have slaves to bully around because narcissists need a narcissistic supply of, anyway. But I just warn you that if you are a dolphin for a summer, that, sometimes male dolphins will try to put their pee-pee in your blowhole. It might not be the most relaxing, thing. So, dolphins play rough sometimes out in the wild. Just warning you if you ever are a dolphin for a summer. But
This is still not quite there yet, but uh, I think that if there was, super heavy investment in this technology, that it could be possible within 10 years. My own estimates, they were able to earn about or launder about $10 trillion worth of funny money by forcing and all that kind of stuff. And they kick the can down the road again. And, the funds from Asia are available, but they're not being taken because it would mean a loss of control by this Chabad cult. So, I have, and let's stop and think about the real world and reality for a minute. You've probably seen those charts showing that almost all countries now have China as their number one trading partner. One example is they produce 200 times more ships than the United States. The United States just lost three aircraft carriers by my reckoning, and they can't replace them. They don't have shipyards. Um, so this is the reality. And even though the West is still like stuck, they're like, in Hitler's Germany saying, "Oh, don't worry, new super weapons are going to save us. Everything's going to be okay." They're stuck in this little uh, Overton window of stuff they're allowed to talk about, and they're like a broken record going around and round again and the same things. But the rest of the world is moving on. They don't pay attention to this stuff, so it's like they're stuck in this, fake world, and the walls are closing in on them. That's my reading of the situation. But yeah, I was given concrete offers by Asian families that control large amounts of gold. And these are the people who did finance, a lot of the post-war stuff with their gold, who are offering it again. But unfortunately, the people in control are still unwilling to accept this. Although I keep hoping that we're almost there. But yeah, I mean, uh, there are people, by the way, who for like 30 or 40 years saying, Nisara Gesara is about to happen. Your check is in the mail. It'll be coming through next week. Literally for 40 years they've been saying this, and it hasn't happened. So I should take a lesson from these people and stop trying to say that, put a date on it. And in fact, I recently, I've been thinking about this, and I realized that actually we shouldn't be waiting for anybody to write us a check. We should be going in there and grabbing it for ourselves. So if you ever see these movies where, it takes over the throne, he doesn't ask the finance minister of the former king to give him a big check. He just grabs power. And I think that's what we're going to have to do, because there's no way on earth these people are ever going to hand over their magic money printing machine. And so it's going to take kinetic action, and that has been happening, and it will continue.
Well, yeah, and I see in the film business, just in big pharma and big media, that it's, the only big films, like they're making another Top Gun movie to do war propaganda. There's no apparatus for a thing that's not vicious nepotism. And so I think that's why, mainstream media shot itself in the foot. They've destroyed themselves from lies and nepotism. There's no system of new ideas to get in. That's why they're an ancient chimera in an archaic loop, as you were referencing. I'm friends with Craig Passage-Ardula, who made this book, Lahaina on Fire. So, I think the U.S. government is going in the directed energy weapons thing. They're like, we don't care about, steel, aircraft carriers anymore when we just have laser weapons from the sky. So, they're just like the Silicon Valley brats who make GPS locate of poop only with lasers. They're just goodbye for now. They're just lazy. It's just like a cat with a yarn ball on with a globe in front of them, just shooting lasers.
Well, they do have some satellites and planes that can shoot lasers and stuff, and they do have weather warfare. But the thing is that it's not a one-way street. They're not the only people who have this. For example, the reason that they haven't made further attacks with tsunamis and earthquakes in Japan or East Asia is because they've been threatened with the same on the U.S. East Coast. And so it's like a Mexican standoff. It's like same with nuclear weapons. Uh, you nuke us, we'll nuke you. So we have to do something else. And we're still there at that level, even with weather warfare. That's not going to be a game changer for them.
So you're saying we're still in the mutual assured destruction thing, but now we have to play good in the sandbox, and now there's just like a a passive aggressive power dynamic.
Yeah, but you see, what's happening is, as far as the Asians are concerned, the more time passes, the stronger they become because their economy is now way bigger by any standard. Like they produce 11 times more steel, whatever. I mean, all these fake numbers about how the U.S. is the world's number one economy are just uh, fiction and wishful thinking. So, the more we wait and let the financial system be controlled by these messianic criminals, the more we're going to be stuck as like a backward, isolated group from the rest of the world, which is what's actually now being happening to us in the West.
So May 8th, 2025, you said this. You went to Rome to help select the new pope and negotiate a deal you've been talking about for the last 15 years, this Jubilee scenario. Do you have pictures from these meetings? You went to
I'm sorry,
Rome?
I did not go to Rome, and I never said I went to Rome. Okay, so I don't know where you got that. What I did say, which did happen, I was invited to Rome to help select the new pope by the P3 Freemason.
Oh, you were invited, but you didn't
Yes,
go.
but I decided not to. Last time I went, they tried to poison me, and I thought about it. They even offered to pay my airfare, but I just, I think that I don't trust these people, so I didn't go.
Hmm.
And I think it was wise at this point, in retrospect, seeing as they picked what Leo the 14th, and the first thing he did was meet self-proclaimed Satanist and Nazi Vladimir Zelensky. I mean, what does that tell you?
Hmm. Um, so I went to Rome in September 2024 with my dad, and they showed off this big golden door inside St. Peter's Basilica, the Jubilee door, which opens every 25 years. And then I read that it was opened Christmas Eve 2024. Pope Francis opened it, and he announced a Jubilee of Hope BM, and like hope in one hand and shit in the other, and see what fills up first. What they have this big Jubilee door, and it's just a toothless dog. Um, what do you make of this?
Well, in a way, what we're watching is kind of a crisis of monotheism. And the fundamental problem with monotheism is that they believe the world's going to end. And so, what's the point of doing anything to make the world better if it's all going to end? Whereas the rest of the world thinks, okay, this planet is going to continue for the foreseeable future. Let's figure out how to make it better and more livable. And one thing that is possible and should be done is an actual jubilee because so many distortions have built up over so much time that there's no way you can fix it under the current paradigm. I mean, what is it? All these statistics about 1% of the people got all the increase in wealth since 1972, and that 99% have actually seen their living standards fall. I mean, there's so many statistics to show that the current economic system, especially in the West, has been impoverishing the vast majority at the expense of the super tiny elite, who are, building super yachts and otherwise wasting stuff that should actually belong to us.
Yeah, and the Marshall Plan financial instruments were all to bolster this. I did a lot of walking tours around Rome with my dad, and we used to be pagan, but then we tried to be a nice boy with the Christianity and sort of export this. They became like the spiritual hub, not the financial, not the military hub, but the spiritual hub. But I did notice like a schizophrenia of pushing down the paganism and pumping up the Christianity, but it seems like all the paganism is just in these systems of secret societies beneath the surface under the ground, and what they project is not what they're really about.
Well, I actually went and met the people who control Christianity. I mean, I went to Italy, I met all sorts of, high-powered people, and they told me things like, they created Jesus Christ as a fictional story to control the slaves. I'm not saying I believe this. I'm saying that's what they told me, okay? Uh, and that Christianity was a religion for the slaves, and that they themselves were Zoroastrians and believed in an eternal battle between good and evil. But yeah, I mean, the people who were running the Roman Catholic Church were themselves not Christians. I know that from firsthand views.
So
That does
is
not
that
that
why the state sets to crucify and sacrifice Reiner Fullmich, Richard Gage, and Dr. Andrew Wakefield at the altar of them having integrity and rising to the top just to be crucified by the state? Is that why we have this system?
well, what you have there is you have a group of elites who are extremely scared because um, the overwhelming evidence is that they've been because our goal is to turn this planet into a paradise, not to just go on an endless cycle of revenge. But it's got to the point where the majority of people understand about Epstein Island and understand about these elites, and they really are running out of time. I don't think this time they have anywhere to run to, so they're very scared, and that's why they are trying to, repress it. I always go back to the fall of Ceausescu in Romania. He kept upping the repression, upping the repression, upping the repression until he and his family ended up in front of his firing squad. And that's what these people are doing now. Um, if you put someone in jail for criticizing genocide in Gaza, that's not going to work. You're not going to stop yourself from getting justice by doing that.
Yeah, and we've talked about this before, but I'm real on the Richard Gage is making a documentary series, Crime Scene to Courtroom, about 9/11 truth and in the Southern District, and they had Ghislaine Maxwell in there for 9 months talking about hand jobs from 1994 to 2004. That was the scope of their investigation, and now Diddy's going to be there for the next decade talking about baby oil because it's titillating and it's a nothing burger. Yeah, he was a drug addict and a freak. Okay, this trial could be like 3 days long. Okay, like
Well, yeah, I mean, the thing about things like 911 or the Kennedy assassination is they try to keep you around the scene of the old crime scene and investigating that to distract you from what they're doing right now. And my view is that you have to go after them in the here and now. Never mind the stuff they did in the past. Let's get them for what they're doing now. And then we're talking about uh, mass murder of children in Ukraine that's happening right now, not 20 years ago. And we have actual names of people who are doing it, and these are the targets. So we need to stop them now and not look back forever at the stuff they did in the past. That's the way we got to stop them.
yeah, yeah. And you had on your blog of people kidnapping fathers, and sending them to the front of the line to fight Russia. So
Well,
Zelensky,
I mean, I've shown very clearly there's different evidence to prove this that the so-called Wagner mercenary company and Zelensky were on the same side. So they said it was a Russian mercenary company called Wagner, but the Russians said, no, this is not us. And what would happen is they'd grab people off the street in the Ukraine, they'd send them to a certain area.
Ole Demigard, this reminds me of Vietnam, that the Ho Chi Minh Trail of the people, the supply lines that they were bombing were just they've displaced all people from North Vietnam to South Vietnam, 1 million people, and as they were walking back up, they go, oh, this is their supply route. They were just walking home. So then they put on the teletube, oh, this is they're feeding the supplies of the soldier. They're going home. So then they would napalm them. They create this system, and then they're just it's kind of like they set up a series of salmon and then be the grizzly bear that rips their heads off.
Yeah, no, the
Sick.
West has been under control of a very evil cult for a very long time, and it's been a very tough battle to remove their control, but we're almost there. I know it's been a long struggle, but um, the fact is that more and more people, a critical mass now, is aware of what's going on. It's not like the past where it was relegated to a few fringe pieces now mainstream. So we're almost there. I know I keep saying this, but events really are changing in so many ways that are so obvious to everybody. I mean, everybody's heard about Epstein Island, and most people have now heard about adrenochrome, and people are waking up, and there's no way they're going to be put back to sleep this time.
I'm
This
ready
is
for.
especially true at the highest levels of military intelligence, who can then direct the military. The military are very cautious. They like to follow the rule of law, but they're on the case. And I guarantee you, they're not going to obey some wacko telling them to start a war with Iran. They're going to go after the people who are trying to start World War III, not actually start World War III.
I have this final question. I want to tie your April 28th, 2025 post where you said that it's now expected funds to finance a jubilee and future planning agency aimed at starting a new global age will be signed off by the new pope at early late May. Trump was saying things very similar to this. Trump said Thursday, May 8th, 9th, or and then it turned out May 12th, Monday, May 12th. He's going to make a very big announcement, huge. It's not going to get any huger. So I was like, oh, maybe this is the Jubilee that Ben was talking about. And then he said on May 12th, 2025, he announced a preliminary trade agreement with China. Oh, good. So you have a trade agreement. So
Oh,
what, is there more under the sea, under the hood there that you can tell me about?
yeah. I mean, this is very, very big stuff, and so it takes time. Like if you were alive at the time of the fall of the Soviet Union, it was sort of like happened in super slow motion when you're there. But if you look back, it's like, oh, the fall of the Berlin Wall and all that just took place in like a blink. And it's a similar process that when we look back, it'll be like it was really quick, but it's when we're in the middle of it, it seems very slow. But um, I'll give you one example. We had a so-called King Charles just appear this week at the Canadian Parliament to say that Canada, the Algonquin people never ceded the land of Canada. Uh, and what he's done is created a legal precedent for uh, replacing United States and Canada with a new entity. This is something you can see, and this is part of a process to restructure how the world is managed, and it's a visible sign. But as far as the the Jubilee and all that kind of stuff is concerned, it's not going to be a sudden announcement. There's going to be it's going to be in the headlines every day until people are bored sick of it for like 6 months as all the different Sherpas and negotiators work out the details. But at the highest level, I'm talking about Asian royals, European royals, the people who run the highest levels of the U.S. military industrial complex. An agreement has been reached, and now it's just a question of working out the details in consultation with the global public. And that will be happening, and it is happening, and it will continue to happen in ways that nobody can deny. But it's time for action, not talk. And there's a lot of things I cannot and will not talk about because in the past, every time I've done that, someone comes in and tries to derail it. So this time, there's a lot of stuff I cannot talk about, but I'll tell you this much. All the real work is being done analog and will never be, seen by anything digital because at the end of the day, we are dealing with a rogue artificial intelligence.
That's all I have. Do you have anything
All
else
right.
to say at the end? Any questions you wish
Well,
I
just
asked you?
a plug. BenjaminFulford.net, my site. I get the latest from the real world intelligence agencies. And if you subscribe there, you can help support our work because a lot of us who are white hats have been cut off from financing by the people who still control the central banks. So, uh, if you subscribe to my blog, you'll be supporting several intelligence agencies, white hats, who provide me with information that I then provide to you. So that's my last thing. Uh,
BenFulford.net. Hey, now that you're on in the East Coast, it's possible in the next couple of years we can have a beer together. That would be a joy of
yeah,
mine.
especially if you make your way up to Canada. I mean, there's nothing like a beer in the middle of a lake in the middle of summer in Canada.
Let's go fishing.
Yeah, I was
And
just
there's a comedy club in Ottawa that I got my eyes on. That I was like, hey, maybe Ben and I could do a little thing there one of these days.
maybe.
Hey,
All right.
nice to talk to you again. Take care,
All
buddy.
right. Thanks for having me on. Bye.
Okay.
Oh, send me the link. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Okay, take care.
With me today is the legendary Goldbug, editor of the Golden Jackass newsletter, Jim Willie, and we're going to talk about, I guess, the world situation. Uh, Now, first, I'd like to say, Mr. Willie, a man by the name of Dr. Michael Vandermeer, also known as Dr. Michael Maring, he was the head of MI6. He was a great fan of yours, and he kept telling me I should talk to you. It never happened, but I'm glad we're finally having a conversation. So please introduce yourself to people who haven't heard of you.
Okay. The Golden Jackass website has been altered since 2019 to be Golden-Jackass. We've got an upgrade. I've been at this now. Next April will be 20 years. So I'm in my 20th year now. It's the longest job I've ever had. And I have a rather humorous bio, if I can remember. I got a doctorate in statistics, and I am unencumbered by the limitations of economics credentials, which means I don't have an economics degree, and therefore I'm not cockeyed, I'm not perverted, and I'm not corrupted in my view of money and banking. You could say that I'm a student of the Austrian School of Economics. I've actually met Kurt Rickenbacker, which is actually pronounced Rischbecher. Kurt Rickenbacker, the German, a year before I started the newsletter. And it was really quite interesting the week we had together. But I've been doing this now for close to 20 years. I'm getting a little long in the tooth. I'm a statistician. I'm a marketing research analyst.
Okay.
And I don't practice statistics anymore. I'm a financial analyst, economist.
83.6% of statistics are bogus. That's always a joke.
Well, I know how to lie with statistics, Ben, but I also know how to debunk a lie and
Sure.
point out blatant lies. And that's how that's how I cut my teeth in the first 2 years of the newsletter.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, there's, 2 plus 2 is 4. There's no doubt about that. But the problem is when you're looking at the real world, are there really 2 and 2 or are there not? And so what's happening with economics, a lot of it is they're using bogus reality to make fiction, because they're not actually looking at the real world when they do all their.
I agree. At Harvard University, University of Chicago, 2 plus 2 is 5, or whatever you want.
Yeah. Okay, so I'd like to ask your take on the U.S. economic situation, where it's heading. What do you think is going to happen?
The world economic situation?
The U.S. especially. But
the U.S. The U.S. is heading, and it is gradually deepening a hyperinflationary depression. We got the first taste of severe price inflation with the lockdown and the interference with the supply chain back in 2021. We've really not emerged from that. We've not repaired the supply chain. By tightening on interest rates, we're not going to improve the supply chain. That will not address at all the price inflation. It'll make it worse. The big banks are insolvent institutions, and they therefore cannot lend. They've resorted to pilferage and theft in the commercial real estate market. So we've got inflation, we've got recession, and I'm going to say something that's easy to defend, but very hard for people to believe. I believe we've had at least 3 consecutive years of minus 10% recession.
I would agree with you because the statistics for inflation are bogus. And because of that, everything else, the GDP, everything else is a lie.
Everything else, the lie in statistics converts to the lie in the economic growth, GDP. And I believe that lie is like 6, 8, 10%. 2 years ago, it was about 10%.
Yeah.
So if they say we're even, Steven, on the economy, we're minus 10% recession.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I cut my teeth on in the first 2 years, relying on John Williams' shadow government statistics. You know, the jobless rate. Well, just look at the participation rate and take 1 minus that. The GDP is absolutely absurd. We're in a vicious recession, and we're not going to get out of it ever
Yeah.
until
Well,
we have a default.
I was very disappointed that the Chinese agreed to keep financing the circus in Washington, D.C. And this is what people don't understand. I told the Chinese, please cut these people off, but they're having their big summit now, and the Chinese, they told me, look, they know that the Biden is just a puppet, but they're making a deal with these people because they're the people in power, and the fact is that it's in their interest to keep the can kicking down the road for the U.S. government because they keep offering China everything they want in order to stay in business. So it's in China's interest to have this current bankrupt U.S. government begging them for money every few months, and then because they can force the American people to hand over, for example, I've heard they're going to actually de facto hand over California to China, and that's how they got money to keep their show going.
Well, I believe if they do that, they're going to put a cattle prod under the White Alliance to react.
Yeah, and
it may not be anything legal.
No, I mean they're selling stuff they don't own. Like they hand over control of Australia, Japan, New Zealand, ASEAN to China in the previous attempt to get money going, and then they announced some kind of new trade agreement, which basically hands the area over to China. But these countries haven't agreed to that, and
well, let me offer a rather difficult question. You think China is playing along and kicking the can down the road, down the U.S. alleyway, because China needs to have the can kicked down the road, since Evergrande cannot be resolved and probably will bring down their entire financial system?
Yeah, I mean they copied the Japanese system that was used after World War II until the 1980s. And that was to use real estate as a basis for their financial system. So it's a real estate-backed financial system. But they got to the point where it would take 44 years of someone's entire income to buy a house to live in. And then about 20% of the houses in China nobody lives in them because these rich people buy them as investments. And if they lend them, they become used. So it's dysfunctional. And there's no way around that. I mean, they're trying to boost other sectors of the economy, but yeah, the Chinese have this problem and they're not dealing with it yet. But they are aware of it and they are trying to.
Okay, but my point, Ben, is if they cut off the United States for funding, I believe that would mean that China would also fail. So we're tied at the hip in a horrible relationship. They need their exports to the United States. They need the export trade. They don't have bankruptcy procedures. So Evergrande is going to decay right in front of their noses without any resolution. Okay, that's my view. And I've seen like a PDF file with 30, 40 different graphs about China, and almost all of them are horribly negative. So they cannot do a full stop either. And,
Yeah,
I'm amused by this story of handing over California. I am absolutely amused by it. Let them try. Let's see what happens. Let's see how it goes over. Let's see if they start teaching Chinese in schools in California and make an extra tax to go to Beijing and call it the Chinese tax. Let's start a revolution in California. Let's get on with this. This is ridiculous. This is absolutely ridiculous.
It is, and they are asking that they start teaching Chinese in the schools. So that's one thing to look out for. And the other thing is, you're going to look for some kind of announcement about a climate change agreement with California. They'll call it something like that. But basically, they're handing over the United States to the Chinese, and it's not going to end well. But I think at this point, it's going to be, it's going to be up to the Western white hats to put an end to this, and that is going to happen. I think it's going to take the form of war crimes, and that will lead to, a takedown of these people. But they're not going to go quietly into the night. And
No, but at the same time, Ben, don't you think that the U.S. financial system is heading down, the toilet bowl? And if the Chinese keep funding something that's going down the toilet bowl, then it's kind of like jumping into a lake with cement shoes. It doesn't work. You can't float. There's nothing to float. It's all insolvent. The Chinese need to break away from the United States, or they're going to go down with it. And I think they're going down anyway with Evergrande. They've not resolved anything. It's been 2 full years.
Well, yeah, except that you have to remember that there is the rest of the world, and that is doing quite well. Most of the world outside of the West is actually fine, and the Chinese are moving that way more and more. So,
Sure.
from their point of view, it's better that the West stay under the current incompetent management and keep slowly sinking, so that it just naturally all come their way. So
I understand that kind of logic, but they're going to need to keep funding the United States, and it's not going to improve. We're going to continue raising interest rates. We're going to have some bank failures. Bank of America is already in tremendous problems with just enormous number of complaints for getting money out of deposits. And, pretty soon we're going to have unrealized $1 trillion portfolio losses in the big banks.
Yeah, no,
they're supporting that. It's not going to work. It's not going to end well. It's like having a bad son who's got a gambling problem, and he's also got a drug problem, and he's got every kind of problem, and he's got the mafia after them, and you keep financing his credit card. You got to cut it off.
Yeah,
it doesn't work.
A frontline reporter during the Japanese bubble, and at the time, I remember the difference between the growth in bank loans and the real economy was such that it had to be. I knew that mathematically there was 100 trillion yen worth of bad debt. And that's about $1 trillion. And the similar thing exists now. And at the time, the Americans were lecturing the Japanese. The Japanese were covering up by keeping everything in their books on the price they paid for, not the current price,
Right.
Mark to market.
Right.
And the Americans were lecturing the Japanese. You have to mark to market. And they were able to cover it up for about 5 years before the whole thing imploded. And the United States, they're doing the same thing now. They're hiding all the losses, but if you have all these loans and government bonds you bought at 0% interest rate, and now the interest rate's 5%, they're worth like less than half.
They're down 45%.
Okay.
Yes, but now we've got new U.S. government debt that's additional trillion every 5 months. If you look at the amount of debt that's increasing, you're in the situation now of crack up boom and Ponzi scheme all rolled into one. And we're not getting any results from new credit. It's an implosion that's going on right now. They're doing billion-dollar patch jobs in the middle of the night to keep these big banks liquid. And, oh gosh, I just don't see any solution. And I'm amazed that the Chinese are dumb enough to keep funding when...
Yeah, I mean, what
are they asking? What do they want? An impeachment trial? Is that what they want for the end of Biden? They want us to get rid of him ourselves?
Well, that's what I mean. It's going to be up to the American people. But what you need to do and is have a jubilee. You need to have a complete reset of the system. Like shut down all the banks, and then the idea that I've been pushing is that you, as a part of a reboot of the system, you give everybody ownership of their current residence. Remove all the mortgage loans, and if you're in a rental place, you're going to own it. And then use government money to pay like little landladies who need the rental income. You pay them the equivalent of rental income in government money, and everybody will have no debt. and own their own residence as a way to start the system again. And then you'd have to have bean counters to go over and find out what's really exists and make sure the financial system and the real world are closely aligned. Right now, as you know, it's a giant hallucination for most of the big banks.
Yes, it is, but everything is breaking, and everything is breaking at the same time. Right now, I'm watching the Treasury bonds break. They had failed auctions. August was a joke. We gave money to our friends in Europe. They bought the Treasury bonds. We're now having to switch over to short-dated paper in order to get any bids at all. They had a tremendous failure on a 30-year Treasury bond auction. I understand your view somewhat for the future for a kickstart, but golly, we got to deal with our reality, and our reality is a Treasury bond default, the BRICS nations in rebellion, our big banks are failing, and it was 2 weeks ago, we had two different big U.S. banks with over 100 basis points for the credit default swap. That's the bond insurance. We're about to have at least a couple big bank failures, even though they're keeping things liquid with I call it the 2 a.m. multi-billion-dollar patch jobs. This is not going to, we don't have the luxury to plan for things like that while we're busy imploding.
Well, I've heard from a lot of people that we just have to wait until it implodes before any change is possible. But
yeah,
it is imploding. There's no doubt about it. And
it can't stop it. Can't stop it. Bank of America, I think, is going to be the first one. The complaints are off the chart now for getting money out. The theft. The big banks can't make any money. They're not lending. They're insolvent. So they're resorting to pilferage of commercial property. They're not rolling over, the 7-year mortgages or whatever. I got one story, Ben, and it's from an upper Midwest $200 million property. And I know a client in Texas who's good friends with one of the 4 owners. So he had $50 million in line for this very big property in the northern Midwest. They lost it. They couldn't roll over the mortgage. That's what the big banks are doing now. They're conspiring not to roll over mortgages. Okay, this is not going to end well, and I'm just amazed that doctors aren't getting shot and bankers aren't getting shot. I'm really amazed.
I have to agree with you.
It's horrendous what's happening. I say they're trying to destroy everything. They're trying to destroy life. It's animals, it's birds, it's insects, and now it's people. They're trying to destroy business, supply chain, your job, small business during the lockdown. I got a friend, Ben, in Los Angeles, and he has 3 different clothing stores. All his competitor big box stores were open. He was forced shut with fines. They turned off his electricity. They're trying to burn and happy and obedient, and I say, screw you. So, we have to let the system implode. And I believe during the implosion, there's an awakening by the public. And I've heard that the Biden approval rating is under 10%. I'm not really sure what the white hats are waiting for. I don't think they're going to get civil disorder and civil war. I heard a long time ago that Black Lives Matter and Antifa have been defused. I don't know what they're waiting for. I think what that might be, and I don't know this for sure, they might be looking to clean up a lot more generals and admirals in the military. They might be waiting for an event like a divining rod that will definitely put you to the left or to the right. If you're to the right, you think Trump's commander in chief. If you're to the left, you're going to be looking for the Biden orders for more destruction. Have you heard about the Admiral Inish or Ishin in the Mediterranean who refused to follow orders off the Israeli shore? He refused to follow the orders, and he's waiting for the commander-in-chief, Trump, to issue orders. Okay, this is the sort of thing that I look forward to.
Yeah, it's definitely, the only hope is that the military white hats finally do something. And I think they have been frozen by the fact that they also have a monthly salary that needs to get paid so that they can live, and they're worried about being cut off their monthly stipend, and so
Exactly.
they have to realize that they're going to have to take control of the money making machinery. That means taking over. I see the Fed buildings all locked up and stuff, but that's not where it is. It's where the computers are. You have to go to the
Right.
computer center. I was
Right.
taken on a tour of the Bank of Japan. You have this nice old fancy building where all the Bank of Japan people hang out, and across the street there's a computer room. And I was in there once. This is a long time ago, like 7 supercomputers, and that is where the yen lives. And there's a similar thing for the
Exactly.
dollar, and they got to find that computer center and grab it, and then they can do their military coup and still have their monthly payment. That's what they need to
I
do.
I agree. When you have a problem with the bank, sometimes the answer is not with the agent talking, it's with the computer system that's in control. You get the programmers to control your computer systems. But the Federal Reserve, there's a different battle going on there. They're battling for the money printing machines for pallets to send them off, an aircraft to Ukraine or whatever. There's a cash issue and there's a computer money issue,
Yeah.
banking issue, and you know I feel sorry for the generals. If they don't obey, they're defrocked. If they don't obey, they lose their income, they lose their pensions. Well, they need to get together. They need to contact the America First. Okay,
Hmm.
one thing I noted, Ben, I just want to pass this. When Trump had his inauguration, January of 2017, I noticed that he used the phrase America First about 15 times. And I noticed 5 years earlier, it was about 2011 or 12, right around there, I heard that in Idaho, there was a jamboree, a conference in Idaho every year. And it was like a jamboree for hot dogs, beer, and, clowns and rodeo and just have a good time, maybe show off and have a contest for goats. Um, but it was 500 dismissed U.S. military generals and admirals who organized America First. So what Trump was saying is he got recruited and hired by the dismissed generals from Clinton, Baby Bush, and Obama, and there were a lot of them, a lot more than 500.
Yeah, I
So,
remember something happened though in January 2020 because all the military left the Trump administration, and I heard that Donald Trump himself, but
well, it'll take an implosion. Okay, the center of their power is the banks and the
mm,
medical centers. Okay,
oh,
we got a
yeah,
two-headed fascist monster here. It's banking and it's medicine.
yeah,
And right now we're seeing medicine discredited, Ben, in a very, very big way.
yeah,
We're seeing the banks not discredited as much as rendered insolvent
yeah.
and abandonment.
Okay, and here's something also I think you know people have trouble understanding this. They don't understand why the U.S. dollar is not collapsing, uh, and this goes back to 2008 when they had the Lehman shock. At the time, what happened was the Americans showed up in China with these Ameros, these multi rainbow colored bills and big pallets, and said, "Look, we're going to switch from the dollar to the Amero, and it'll be 2 Ameros for $1." And the Chinese said, "Hey, we're not going to take a 50% haircut on all these dollars we earned." And what they started to do is they quarantined the euro dollars, the dollars held by people outside of the United States, from the dollars newly minted by the United States. And there's been a battle ever since. The people who make dollars inside the United States launder them through the stock market. That's why, for example, Tesla is worth more than all the other auto companies in the world combined because they're pumping the money through Tesla in to try to launder it into the real economy. And so there's this dichotomy, and they they can't resolve this battle. It continues. But they're quarantining more and more and more the U.S. dollars from the inside the United States from the ones outside, and that's the situation, and that's why the dollar is strong internationally because there's a limited amount, and they or can only make new dollars when they actually export cars or something that really exists. With Do you understand that? Do you think that's? I mean, that's what
I think there are several factors at work. That could be one. I'm not too familiar with that. You're talking about the old dollars, like we had in previous conversation. The old dollars, I think, before Bretton Woods, the old before the Federal Reserve notes came in. The old dollars are better. It's like the old dimes, the old quarters. They're worth more than the new ones. Okay, I think we're seeing now like a boycott internationally of new money from the dollar sources.
Yeah.
And that's why you're seeing in Long Beach, in California, you're seeing a rejection of treasury bills because it's all regarded as new printed, reeled out treasury bills that are worthless. I have a different view. I don't think it contradicts. I think it goes side by side with your point. But when foreign central banks sell the treasury bond, they're vacating their dollar reserves and therefore their currencies go down. When the Japanese sold about $180 billion over a 12-month period ending in October of a year ago of treasury bills, Bank of Japan, they bought gold. So they vacated their dollar reserves and their yen went down because they vacated the dollar reserve. So that's a big factor too, and that's really at work in every continent. While yours may be, the undercurrent, and my point about treasury bonds could be above the table in a visible manner. But when the French and the Norwegians sell treasury bonds and they buy gold to replace the treasury as a basis, they're doing harm to their own currency because they're lowering their dollar reserves. And everything is based on dollar reserves now for central bank activity. I have to come up more to speed on your factor because it sounds intriguing and very real. And there are a lot of moving parts here. How about just the other moving part of money laundering from trafficking? That is a very big issue. It could be between $1 and $2 trillion a year. That is a very, very big amount.
Yeah, no, when the Taliban they shut down heroin production by 95%, and even the Russians are giving credit for that, right? But what's happened is they moved all the heroin production to Iraq, and that's why they have American soldiers in Iraq to keep the heroin business going.
Oh my gosh! I didn't know that.
And the other thing, I've been talking to the cartels, right? And they're telling me that their poppy production is being attacked because the Rockefellers want to sell fentanyl instead. So there's even among the
there's a narco war. It's a global war for narco.
But I tell you something, and I got to give this credit to the Mexican narcos. They've said that they no longer produce adrenochrome. They won't deal with that and sell it to the ultra rich anymore, and that's. And so now I'm hearing that they're actually.
I was reading your.
Wait a minute. Shouldn't we put the date? It's November 23rd, 2022.
Yeah, on your end it's November 23rd. Here it's November 22nd, 2022. And I was reading your newsletter. There's some fantastic wealth of information in there, as always. You mentioned the Rockefellers, okay? Can you enlighten us a little bit about why it would be appropriate to have them arrested at this point in time?
Okay, now, for years, as you know, I've been a financial business reporter in Japan, and the Japanese used to always tell me that your rulers were the Rockefellers. And when I was working for Forbes magazine, they were like number 300 on the list, and they were like seen as people from the past, fading away. But I did some research, and I found out that they controlled over 200 foundations, and through that they controlled the Fortune 500 corporations and the UN and the IMF and the World Bank and all that kind of stuff. So they really, David Rockefeller Sr. really was like the secret dictator of the planet Earth. and it's just been inherited by his son, David Rockefeller Jr. And it turns out that a lot of the members of that family are, they changed their names. So Hillary Clinton is one of the sisters of David Rockefeller Jr., and probably other sisters are also, they all seem very similar, posing as Hillary. And then you have Mark Zuckerberg, who's a grandson. You have John Podesta, who's the son of Lawrence Rockefeller. Bill Clinton is the son of Winthrop Rockefeller. And so, they're all over the place, and they have been the secret rulers. This is what forensic investigation has revealed. And the problem is they have been actively trying to reduce the world's population. They've also...
It's interesting that in that same article, you mentioned that Rockefeller was at the G20, and he thanked the who's who of global affairs, basically. He went down a huge list, according to what I read in your article there. But he failed to mention the Rothschilds. But you mentioned Klaus Schwab, Rothschild / Rothschild. Could you give us some background on the Rothschild association with the Rockefellers?
Okay, well, the Rothschilds basically ran Europe, and the Rockefellers kind of took over North America, I think. Canada only very recently. But the Rothschilds were always the bankers to the royal families of Europe, and the fascists wiped out the Italian branch during World War II, and I think the German branch was mostly wiped out by Hitler and his people. But the Swiss, French, and English branches remain very powerful and influential. And I have been in contact directly or indirectly over the years with them. And first of all, the English branch say they favor, a change in the governance, and they support my plan for a future planning agency to take over this secret cabal that's deciding our future. Public agency that's transparently run, and that anybody can apply to join, meritocratic, transparent, democratic, all that kind of stuff. They support that. The French, and they say that once if they have a de in front of their name, de Rothschild, that's the French branch. And Klaus Schwab, his mother's a Rothschild. This is, confirmed in a Jewish magazine. So that makes, comes through the maternal line. So he's a Rothschild. And they're
would you associate the IMF, the World Bank, the BIS with the Rothschilds?
Yeah, I think the World Bank is Rockefeller, IMF is the Rothschild type of thing. But the Rockefellers, because they took over the U.S. military-industrial complex, they really were more powerful than the Rothschilds. This is what the forensic investigations have shown. But the Rothschilds remain very powerful and very influential. However, I have heard that you got to remember it started with the leader of a small German state called Saxe-Gotha, and the first Rothschild, when he went to war, said, "Look, and their original name is Bauer, by the way, which is it means like peasant. They're not really anyway." Yeah. He said to this guy, I'll lend you money, because you're going to war, and that requires money to hire troops and stuff. And if you win, then I want to be your banker. And if you lose, you don't have to pay me back. And because he had all this gold, he was able to hire more troops. He won. And they eventually became like the bankers to the European royalty, who, for example, you see the Queen's face on the coins, and that's a sign that, she controls the money. That's their secret source of power. But what I've heard is that the royal families have started firing the Rothschilds. So they've lost a lot of power. And so the problem, at this point remains the Rockefellers with their Biden administration. And if you look at the members, they're all members of the Council on Foreign Relations, which is a Rockefeller, slave institute. But the problem is the pharmaceutical companies are controlled mostly by the Rockefellers. And you can see World Bank documents going back to 1975. They were, Henry Kissinger, who was the top sort of henchman for David Rockefeller Sr., once bragged at one of their meetings that in the future, it'll be as impossible for the average person to rebel against us as it is for a farmer to rebel against a sheep. Mm-hmm. That comment has been deleted from the internet, but I know he said it. And he is now...
did you get the two links I sent you of the World Integrated Trade Solution, which is a division of the World Bank, having deployed?
I saw that, and I actually went to the Japanese police and provided them with evidence of a patent for detecting
COVID-19.
COVID-19 made in 2015 by a Robert Rothschild.
Richard Rothschild.
Richard Rothschild, yeah. And that actually started an investigation that went through Interpol and stuff. So you know,
Now,
we're aware that they planned this at least as far back as 1975.
right.
And they tried different scenarios, you know, figuring how they can turn us into sheep. And they thought about the alien invasion or the terrorists, or whatever, communists. And finally, they.
Of course. Excuse my naivete here, but I have to ask a few questions. Rockefeller never mentioned the Vatican. He never mentioned the Freemasons. He never mentioned Vanguard or BlackRock, which supposedly own the entire planet as far as, you know, the assets, capital. What are we supposed to make of that? Are there any connections we should be looking at here? The Illuminati, maybe?
You know, again, I got involved when the Japanese corporations always had this system where the banks and the corporations owned each other's shares. So a big corporation have a main bank, and then under Prime Minister Koizumi and Takenaka, all the control of that was held by the Japanese banks was handed over to funds like Vanguard, BlackRock, State Street, and then you examine them and you find foundations, and you examine the foundations, and the trail leads to the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers, the French branches, especially in Asia. Okay. And so that's how the control is. As far as the Vatican is concerned, they have, well, they've replaced him with an avatar who's now reading their scripts. You can tell that because he suddenly there's actually film of him adjusting his rubber mask, but also everything he's saying and doing is completely contrary to Catholic doctrine. So, you know, I'm not a Catholic, although today I'm wearing a T-shirt given me by the Jesuits. You know,
okay.
It was the head of security for Prime Minister Abe gave me this Jesuit T-shirt. You know, so okay. I'm not a Jesuit, but
okay,
you know,
okay,
but I'm willing to ally with them against these Satanists. Okay, but I'm not a Jesuit. Let's put it that way.
My T-shirt has nothing on it, by the way.
Well, this is one of my, this is one of many shirts I wear. I just, but the point is, I'm trying to get as many allies as possible because these people are extremely powerful and
I understand.
Concentrated at the highest levels of power. So removing them is going to require, a lot of strange bedfellows. I also talked to the Black Sun people,
who would have thought?
I talked to all sorts of, crazy characters.
I can understand. And you've been threatened. Your life has been threatened in the past, obviously, by the Yakuza. And
I've survived many assassination attempts, six that came close, 2 poisonings, whatever. But I'm still here.
Okay. Okay. So we get some perspective here. Now, the Committee of 300, that's another name that is bantered around as sort of a power peg, a key element.
The Committee of 300, I think, is also known as the Privy Council, and that was the European royals who were headed by Queen Elizabeth II, and they were very influential, but they were not the world government. They were the people behind the global warming thing, which was an alternative to the which was being pushed by the people around Rockefeller and Chabad, that cult. But then if you look at the Bilderbergers, the Council on Foreign Relations, and the Trilateral Commission, okay, these are alternative power groups. They all lead to the Rockefellers. So it's not a monolith, okay? And when I first started this, I identified David Rockefeller Sr. as at top of the pyramid, and then just below him was George Bush Sr., and then number 3 was Queen Elizabeth. So it was sort of like that. Then Queen Elizabeth tried to, move things to... And so the trail points to the Rockefellers, and that's the source of the problem. As far as, I'm an investigative journalist. I follow real trails. Okay. I don't read stuff on the internet. I actually talk to people who deal with it.
I hear you. And that was part of the introduction that I'm offering here in this broadcast. that you do have your contacts and your sources. Okay, so another thing that comes to mind here, Ben, often we hear about, these Satanists, right, that are wielding power. Would you say, comfortably say that at the very apex of the pyramid, we have Lucifer, who is controlling and leveraging people by blackmail through bribes, etc.?
I think at the very least, again, I'm following the scientific method and stuff it's like a group psychological construct, then for sure. I mean, what we know is that when the second Egyptian dynasty was overthrown, it was a group known as the Sea Peoples who worshiped a goat-faced being with a forked tail, and they required human sacrifice. And they called it Baal or Molech, but then the Egyptians called it Set, which is where we got our Satan from. And for example, Queen Elizabeth admitted that she participated in child sacrifice rituals, and she felt bad about it. But she actually, admitted that she chopped. They had a video of her. They were blackmailing her with it. And I say the only way you can deal with that is to come out and admit it. And then they lost their blackmail card. But they had a video of her chopping a child's head off and eating its heart, according to the top of MI6. So I said, well, we just got to come out and say, yes, I was born into this cult. That's what we did. But there's plenty of evidence that this is the cult, and they're not Jewish, okay? Because they worship Satan. So as a group psychological construct that controls very powerful people, yes. Now, as far as the actual existence of some being like that, maybe. But I'm trained in rationalism and science and stuff, so I deal with the what I can actually see, and I think if at the very least scientifically you can say it is a mind-controlling group mind, group psychology that's thousands of years old, and you can call that the definition of Satan.
Okay, we need evidence-based facts here. Okay,
yeah.
So let's just segue a tiny little bit here, because a lot of people were dabbling, back in the day, and maybe they still do, with Ouija boards, and a lot of weird things have happened with Ouija boards, right? And there's other occult games, paranormal things that happen with those games. Would you imply then that there is some kind of interdimensional force that may influence?
Yeah, I think certainly the Jesuits and the Catholic state and the exorcists have actually pretty good evidence that, and I've seen people who seem to be like controlled, like something has hijacked their minds, and they speak with a different voice and with knowledge that the actual speaker doesn't possess. So I have seen this myself. So there does seem to be some kind of parasitical beings that are able to hijack certain people and use them. And it's usually the way they enter is you have some incredible conflict, moral conflict, something like Ted Bundy, for example. I think he was in some kind of weird psychological state after he'd been rejected by this girlfriend, and he, it seemed to, because there were actual, when I looked at the documentary, they said his pupils turned black, and I think that he got hijacked. That sort of mental anguish that sort of provided the leverage for these things to enter.
Yeah, it's like opening a portal.
Yeah, and the stories you hear is that their pupils turn completely black when they're possessed.
Have you seen?
And the other thing is evidence of people who get like some kind of implant that starts with a black eye, that also takes them over. There's actually, I mean, this is,
what do you
scientific investigation is required to get more, to the bottom of all this. But, yeah.
Speaking of black eyes, have you heard of the Black Eye Club, where notable people have been punched in the face?
Yeah, that's what I was referring to. They've actually located some kind of implant that's the black eye has, and that it's a parasitical mind control. And this is found throughout nature. There's lots of evidence of, like parasitical wasps and other entity being, it's all over in the natural world. But there is good evidence that a lot of people do have some kind of parasitical thing that's inserted through their eye that then kind of hijacks their mind.
Okay.
And again, this is something that requires scientific investigation, but there is good forensic evidence that such a thing happens.
Well, I'm all for corroborating the evidence. If we can corroborate it, that's perfect. Back to the article that you wrote here. You mentioned that Kissinger, Hillary Clinton, and Rockefellers went around begging for money at the G20, and then they went to Japan begging for money. And I'm thinking to myself, why are they begging for money when they can print the money? They have the printing machines.
Well, here's the thing. They can print the money, but it's not accepted by everybody. Okay, so in Asia, they say, I'm sorry, but your IOUs aren't being accepted anymore. We want something that actually exists. So, for example, what's been happening is the Rockefellers, they can print money and they can put it in the U.S. stock market, and they can give it to people like Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos, and they can hand people, but they can't use this money to buy oil from Saudi Arabia, or cars from Japan, or toys from China. There's been that's the split there, because you see the Asian royal families or financial top leadership is not under their control, and that's the situation we're facing. And they're the people who are pushing this BRICS alliance, this try to isolate the satanic families that hijack the West. And so it's not but they can, so in other words, they can print money and use it inside certain Western countries. They can't use it in many parts of the world now.
Now, the other thing that you mentioned a few articles ago was that there was it was hunting season. They were going to hunt these Satanists down, diversify our interest a little bit here, and talk to us a little bit about these elections that have been going on, the midterm elections, the elections in Brazil. Is this a ploy to get us to abandon the concept of elections, to say, hey, you know what, let's give up, forget elections, we need a new world order, one world government? Is that what's going on here?
No, I think that there's been a very successful move to steal elections via electronic voting machines, which can be controlled. The famous saying of Stalin, it doesn't matter who votes, what matters is who counts the votes, right? And then you have fake opinion polls, fake elections, and this has happened in the United States, and now they've done it in Canada, and they were trying to do it in Brazil, and the military stepped in and said, nah, and then there's a fight going on there. But in Japan, they've been fake for a very long time. I physically confirmed this. So, what's been happening is that democracy got hijacked and freedom of the press got hijacked. And so we have a system of, I call it Babylonian tyranny, fake money, fake media, fake politicians, all controlled by these occult Babylonian Satan worshippers.
Right. Did you see that interview of Professor, what's his name here, Mr. Alfio D'Urso, an Italian lawyer, who gave an interview, and I can send you the link. He gave an interview in 2021. He said, yes, essentially, they switched the votes from Biden to Trump at 3 a.m. in the morning, and we have the person who did it, and he's willing to testify.
You mean Biden to Trump or Trump to Biden?
From Trump to Biden, sorry.
Yeah. Now, of course, I mean, it is all known. The problem is it's gonna, these people think that they can use lawyers and stuff. At this point, it's going to require men with guns. Okay, this is not something that you're going to just go to a corrupt court and petition and expect something, because they've already got the judges. It's going to be men with guns, and the key is to get the very top people, the head of the FBI, the people, the Council on Foreign Relations people in the Biden administration. You got to get those people. It's all concentrated at the top 1, 2, 3 people. Get them, and we can end this.
I hear you loud and clear. I've thought about the same strategy too. It's going to take guns. It's going to take force. It's going to take more than just the judicial system, the kabuki theater that we see with the judges.
Yeah, although, I'm got some hope that the Supreme Court may have been, taken over by military white hats. We'll see. I'm sure you're aware of this lawsuit that has been filed with the Supreme Court that's charging 388 top politicians, including the Biden administration and most sitting members of Congress and the Senate, with treason. And if that trial goes through, then there is a legal way to arrest all these people and actually restore democracy. So I'm hoping that the military will use this lawsuit as a way to legally deal with the situation. And if not, then people in the mid ranks and people who didn't accept the bribes have to purge the top of the U.S. military. General Miley, all these people have to go. If they don't go with this Supreme Court thing and arrest those politicians who stole elections and have all been bribed, then the top ranks of the military have to be removed. And you can identify them easily. Just find out which ones are living way beyond what a military salary would provide, and you can know they've been bribed.
Thank you. That's wonderful to hear. Because we need respite from this corruption. We need to reset everything our way, the people's way, not the WEF's way. And I wasn't aware of that. But if they are charged for treason, isn't the penalty death?
Yes, and that's what they deserve.
Okay.
But only after trial and public trial.
Right.
We want to see this. We don't want the secret courts and secret.
No.
We want it public and open, and everybody can see. And we want to put the fear of God into these people, so they'll never try such a thing again.
Of course, that's what you have to do. Speaking of which, let me digress to the Nuremberg 2.0 trials.
What's going on, everybody? This is Patriot Underground here. Now, before we get started tonight with the show, I want to say a few words on behalf of the company that I have partnered with to help folks protect their financial resources as we enter into the eye of the storm. Now, I don't think I need to remind everybody that this financial crash has been predicted for years, and now we are seeing everything unfold exactly the way the real financial advisors, the real professionals and experts out there have been telling us that it was going to. We have a brief window of opportunity here, folks, and I highly recommend that everybody get on board. We just saw Silicon Valley Bank go down last month, and just yesterday, First Republic was the second largest bank collapse in U.S. history. And let me tell you something, folks, we're not done. We're not even close to being done. This is a consolidation move. The big banks are eating up the little banks. They're preparing to roll out their central bank digital currency. The entire system is going to collapse. Oh, and by the way, dozens of regional bank stocks plummeted today as this banking crisis continues to gain momentum. All of them were down between 10 and close to 40% just today. So I urge everybody out there to seize this opportunity. Don't wait until it's too late. Protect your financial resources. Roll over your 401k and your IRAs into precious metal backed, into gold backed currency. That is the wave of the future, folks. We know that this is a sound investment. It's been proven over and over and over again. And I can guarantee you that when the market crashes, gold and silver are going to skyrocket in price. Now, I am not a financial expert, as you know, but I have had financial experts on my show who have said exactly that. And I'm sure you've heard many other trusted sources out there warning folks of what's to come. Now is the time. Don't wait. Seize this opportunity, folks. Click the link in the description. And I guarantee you, folks, this will be the best financial decision that you've ever made. All right, everybody. Thank you for listening. God bless and Godspeed. Enjoy the show. Patriot out. Thank you so much for joining me, folks, to discover the truth beneath the surface. As always, I really do appreciate everybody out there taking the time to listen. So tonight, folks, I'm very happy to bring you an interview that I've been looking forward to for quite some time now. And given some of the confusion around the time differences, we had a little bit of difficulty putting this together. But tonight, I'm very happy to bring you a conversation with someone I'm sure most of you are familiar with, Benjamin Fulford. He is an incredible source of intel with some very unique insights and some information that you really aren't going to hear anywhere else, given the contacts that he's made over the years, specifically in the Pacific region. Now, normally I ask my guests to provide a little bit of background about themselves during our first conversation, but because we're somewhat limited on time, and I'm also very confident that most of my audience is very familiar with your work and your background, I'm going to bypass the intros and I'm going to get directly into the issues that folks want to hear about. So, Benjamin Fulford, welcome to the show. Thank you so much for agreeing to come on to share some thoughts with the audience. It's great to have you.
Thanks for having me on.
It's absolutely my pleasure. Okay, well, let's get right into it. So, I thought we could begin tonight with a discussion about the ongoing invasion at the southern border here in the U.S. So we're getting reports that the deep state is preparing a major influx of illegals. I've heard estimates of over 20,000 that are waiting to cross the border, with potentially tens of thousands more coming as this Title 42, excuse me, from the Trump era expires next week, which enables basically the rapid deportation of illegals for public health reasons without considering them as asylum seekers. And this is raising major concerns for obvious reasons, not the least of which is the prospect that the deep state could use the return to Title 8 to flood the border with these quote unquote asylum seekers in an attempt to further alter the demographics of the country. And of course, we know very well that most of these individuals are military-aged men. And my understanding is that a large portion are specifically Chinese military-aged men, excuse me. And not only that, there's also the possibility that fake Biden could use this border invasion to somehow steal the election. That's also a theory that's being floated around. So I wanted to get your thoughts on this. This is a situation that obviously what they're trying to do is to further balkanize the country and use it as a tool to shift the demographics, maybe even to steal the vote, and certainly to prompt civil unrest. So what are your thoughts about what's going on at the border? And why don't we start there, and then we'll see where we go.
Okay. Well, the first thing you got to remember is that you got to think about Russia, okay? Because Russia got involved in the Ukraine because 20,000 mercenaries who, weren't actually from Kazakhstan tried to take over the government of Kazakhstan. And I'll explain why this connects with the U.S. border in a minute. And they had massive amounts of mercenaries and people from all over the world invading their country. And Victor Bout, the Russian arms dealer who was in jail in the U.S., said, hey, what would the United States do if suddenly they the Russians occupied Mexico and tried to take back California, Texas, Arizona and Florida and bring it back into the Mexican, the Spanish Empire? What would you do? Right.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And that's exactly what's happening. I've heard that they actually talk about the Reconquista. Now, the Reconquista is when Spain got taken over by the Muslims, and then for over a period of hundreds of years, they conquered it back. So there are groups that really do want to bring, all the areas that used to be Mexico, California, etc., back into the Latin fold. This is a real movement, and it's clear that there is retaliation, against what's been done to Russia, and so there is something going on there for sure. The other thing that is underreported is that there are literally dozens and dozens of train derailments all over the United States. Now, this is the sort of thing that the OSS, the predecessor of the CIA, used to do inside Germany during World War II, So this is an actual, guerrilla warfare already taking place inside the United States.
Mm-hmm.
And this is something that was caused because they've landed the first blow by what they're trying to do all over the world. So it's clearly the United States is under attack, and it's because of what they did. It's retaliation for what they did to the Middle East, what they're trying to do to Russia. So there is this is a wartime situation. There's no doubt about it. And these, illegal immigrants. Yeah, like you said, they're military age men, and as you know, a lot of Chinese can pass off as Mexicans, and there has been like a more than 1,000% increase in Chinese military age males coming into the country. And this is not a situation where you can just pretend nothing's happening. This requires full-time war-style mobilization.
Well, you know, they said they're going to send, I think they announced they're going to send 1,500 troops down to the border today, but you kind of have to wonder, are they even going to be armed? What are their, you know, what's their role actually going to be? And, you know, what I'm really worried about, or I guess you could say wondering about, is how do the white hats remedy this? I mean, if they do actually flood the border with thousands, I mean, who knows how many they could get to flood the border? We've seen millions and millions over the past decade. So what do the white hats do to counter that? And some people, you know, they talk about the quantum financial system as being, you know, essentially a motivator to get people to go back to their home country to participate in the QFS. But beyond that, I haven't really heard too much in terms of, you know, how do the white hats handle this if the deep state plays this card? Do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, I've always said, you know, if you're fighting an octopus, you can wrestle with one of its arms, or you can go straight for the head. And my view is that the problem is located in Washington, D.C. Actually, not Washington, D.C. anymore. It's more like New York and Silicon Valley. In other words, what's happened is that the right to create money that was given to the U.S. Congress by the Constitution has been stolen by a group of Satan-worshiping gangsters who are out to destroy the United States. So you have to nationalize the banking system and take away control of the mega corporations from this small inbred family group who stole it from the American people. And you have to start there, because once you cut off the main source of money for all these people, then you can deal with all the stuff below that level. And dealing with the people from Latin America is not that big a problem militarily if proper action was taken. And my own view is that what you need to do is, anybody who's got a job and is contributing to society, leave them alone. Anybody who's military age man, welfare bum, round them up, put them in camps, you know, put them in work camps, send them back, whatever. But just deal with the people who are actually causing problems, who are being parasitical, and leave the rest of them alone. And that's how I would deal with the problem. So
I
some
can't
guys
argue with that. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, some guy's working in a farm doing a job no one else is going to do, leave him alone, you know. But if he's
right
sitting in some kind of slum town dealing drugs, well, take him off the street.
Absolutely. All right. Well, you know, I wanted to ask you, there's so many different questions, so many different paths we could go down here. But one of the things that I heard you talk about not too long ago that I've been really anxious to kind of get a little bit more intel on is, well, basically the idea, you're one of the few, really the only, that I've heard consistently say that the Donald Trump that we see on TV and in public is not the real Donald Trump. And you've also actually indicated that the cabal has a double, I would assume, or a clone, maybe, I don't know, but their own version of Trump posing as the president. And you've even gone so far as to say that this version of Trump is actually, I mean, it would make sense, obviously, if they have their own version of Trump, that version of Trump would be doing the bidding of the enemy in certain cases. So I was just curious to hear, you know, your intel on this topic of a cabal-controlled Trump double, and essentially for you to weigh in on whether you believe that the events that we're witnessing, because that really begs a lot of questions. If they actually have their own version of Trump, are the events that we're witnessing organically unfolding, or have they been, you know, pre-planned? You've heard a lot about this, you know, this idea that much of what we're witnessing and living through right now seems like a movie. It seems like it's scripted out. Certainly, we know we're dealing with actors in certain cases. Do you think that, you know, to what extent really do you think that that's going on? Is there a pantomime to wake people up while this military sting goes on in the background? What are your thoughts on that? And, you know, if you could talk a little bit about the cabal-controlled Trump, I'm curious to hear.
Sure. Okay. What you understand, what you need to understand is you have to think of a Batman as a metaphor, right? You have had many actors playing the role of Batman over the year, but there's this character Batman who fits a certain role and who can, and so what's happened at the highest levels of powers, they realize that when they have someone there who is president and formally controls huge amounts of power, right? In the old days, for example, everything changed because he was a real president, completely upended the power structure. So they've come up with this strategy where you restore or make it look like they restored black rule in South Africa. They got an actor who didn't even look like him to pretend to be Mandela, and it worked so well that they started using it all over the place. And then what happened is you started getting different power factions having their own versions of these power brokers. So when I first heard about Donald Trump body double was when the original was still in power. And there's a guy at the NSA who told me that 2 out of the 3 press conferences were with a different man. And you could see the difference. If you go back, if they haven't erased it from the internet yet, if you go back, to 2019 or something and look, the ones where he was with Melania, he looked fitter. And it was only 1 of the 3 press conferences who was with Melania. That was the real one. And then there was this guy with loose jowls and white around the eyes who appeared in the other ones. It's because Trump didn't want to spend all his time, in press conferences and stuff. Because, and by the way, diverting a bit, I asked the, Russian power brokers why they didn't replace Putin. I mean, we're in Putin number 7 now, as far as I'm concerned. But they said, what do you mean? I don't want to be spending all day like, choreographed and doing everything according to a tight schedule. I want to have a life, Right. So they use these actors to play the official role of government power so that the real power brokers can have a life. But getting back to Trump, it was obvious after January 2020 that the real Trump vanished. And I have my own personal sources. If I don't have hear something directly, then it's secondhand. And my job is to get stuff from the real world firsthand. Otherwise, there's no reason for me to have a job, And my sources say the real Trump had retreated to Mount Cheyenne. And the reason was that the United States was about to go bankrupt, default on its payments to the rest of the world. And the military didn't know what to do, so they retreated to their bunkers. And then what happened was the people around the Rockefellers, and this is, if you look at the Biden administration, all the top people are members of the Council on Foreign Relations, which is a Rockefeller-controlled institution, okay? Keep the Trump supporters from staging a full revolution by giving them an outlet for their, so he'd always say, oh, they stole the election, right? But he didn't actually do anything about it, because when the military said, hey, we'll do something about it, he said, nah. But it's sort of like a Pied Piper leading people down, But what I'm hearing now is that the one who's recently the actual original is reappearing because the people in power are scared and they don't want to lose complete control, so they're trying to get behind the original Trump as a way of staying in power. That's my best understanding of the situation. I know it can be very confusing, but at the end of the day, you have to look at what they do and say and judge it accordingly.
Absolutely. All right. Well, that's a great answer. Thank you for that. So let's switch gears a little bit and let's talk a little bit about this Trump indictment. And also, I kind of want to tie in this, the latest we're getting on the Hunter laptop, et cetera. So I have a question, first of all. The Hunter Biden laptop has been a focal point for quite some time now. And we know that it's now on the congressional record. I believe it was Matt Gaetz who was given a copy of that hard drive. And we also know about the testimony given by Mike Morrell, the former acting CIA director, that Blinken apparently issued a directive to. Of course, he was out there today denying it, to his cronies to produce this false letter signed by 50 people, stating that the Biden laptop was disinformation. And subsequently, this led to their rationale to censor discussion about it leading into the election. And meanwhile, we have been anticipating these arrest wars, as they're being dubbed. And now that Trump has been indicted, we see people like Kash Patel coming out and saying unequivocally that Hunter Biden is going to be arrested. And it's apparently going to happen soon, in the very near future. So how do you see this scenario playing out if indeed Hunter is arrested? And conversely, you know, what might transpire when the Trump case moves forward in terms of disclosure? How's that going to play out, do you think?
At this point, the U.S. legal system is a joke, and I don't pay a lot of attention to these theatrics because, you know, they're each saying, hey, you're a criminal, and if you know you're a criminal. At this point, they've got to duke it out, okay? This isn't going to be something that's sold by lawyers. This is going to be sold by men with guns, because, you know, it's like during World War II, the Nazis accused the British of war crimes, the British accused the Nazis of war crimes, and they're not going to go into a court case and solve it. This is going to be solved on the battlefield. And this endless legal lawfare going on, these, you know, slinging mud at each other, January 6th, Hunter Biden. Enough is enough. You know, either well, sorry, that was going to use a bad metaphor, but, you know, do your thing or get off the toilet, you know.
Yeah.
You know, and it's time for action. This you know, the Supreme Court is clearly subverted and corrupt, as the Brunson case made clear. So it's not going to be solved, you know, legally. People are too used to thinking that we'll just sue them and that'll solve the problem. No, the legal system is dysfunctional. And the other thing, even with the military, you know, people above the level of general are all corrupt. The really smart people don't get promoted beyond colonels. If I were in the military, I would get the colonels to come, you know, select the new military leadership and take action. And the one criterion for selecting new military leadership is make sure that they don't have all this money that they can't explain where they got it from, because that's a sure sign they've been bribed and compromised.
Absolutely. So you don't really see this lawfare, as you called it correctly, leading to the military having a rationale then to step forward. You're not really buying that argument that, you know, it's not going to really head in that direction, because that's what some folks are saying, that, you know, it's going to get to a certain point and there's going to be a denial of justice, and that will prompt the military to come forward. But I also hear what you're saying, and I think probably most of the audience is rooting you on, which is, you know, do your thing or get off the pot, as you put it. I mean, I think we're all kind of at that stage right now. We want to believe that there's a plan, but at the same time, I think people are really losing their patience as well.
I mean, look, the blatant stealing of the 2020 election is when the military should have taken their action. And they didn't, because they didn't have the money to pay their salaries because they're bankrupt towards the rest of the world. That's what really happened. So what I've done is I've secured financing for the U.S. military from the BRICS alliance. This is like 85% of the world's people and countries, and they're the ones who actually have the money where they could keep the U.S. military going as it is now. And if the alternative is to either declare bankruptcy, in which case all the military in bases all around the world would have to be withdrawn, and a lot of these generals would end up as taxi drivers, and they told me they'd rather go to war than end up as a taxi driver, or else to watch the whole thing continue to the slow motion train wreck that is now taking place. And if they agree to get financing from the rest of the world, clearly they're going to have to stop a lot of the antisocial behavior they've been doing. But that's, you know, something that most military actually would welcome. They don't want to be the bad guys. They don't want to be stealing for international medical corporations. They want to be protecting the weak and fighting transnational crime. They don't want to be, you know, participants in transnational crime. So I'm hoping they will take this offer.
Well, that's fantastic. All right. Well, let me ask you about, so just to clarify, so you said that you've secured money from the BRICS nations to go to support the military?
A promise from the BRICS nations that they would finance a Canadian-led takeover of the United States. Okay, this would be merging the United States of with Canada to create the United States of North America, reforming the U.S. institutions, restoring democracy, restoring rule of law, and then getting the military to start to conform to international law and cooperate with the rest of the world. That's the deal that I have reached.
Wow. Have you talked about that? Because this is news to me.
I have mentioned it in my podcast, but this is taking place. I'm dealing, with. I actually talked to people like the head of MI6 and North Koreans and people like that, and I'm dealing with it at that level at this point. But it is actually happening. This is real. Okay.
All right. Well, I'm going to keep rolling here because I know I don't have too much time with you. I want to get in as many questions as I can. So let's talk a little bit about Zelensky. We know that Zelensky's an actor, literally. We know that he's a cabal puppet, but I've been very curious about his recent overtures to China. And I'm really curious to kind of get your take on both Zelensky and really China, because a lot of folks out there believe that Xi Jinping is a white hat and that he's working with the alliance behind the scenes, as is Vladimir Putin. And I myself have been persuaded of that based upon the things that I've heard, but certainly you're an individual that I want to ask about that. So obviously Zelensky's seems to be getting closer to China. We've got Macron, looks like he's getting very close to China. So that raises a lot of questions about Xi Jinping, in my view. What can you tell us about that?
Okay, let's talk a little bit first about the Ukraine. What people need to understand is that this was a project to create a greater Khazaria. They were going to try to recreate the Khazarian Empire from the, 9th century or something, and rule the world from there. So their plan was to take over Kazakhstan, Ukraine, and all parts of Russia and create a whole new country and get rid of the native Ukrainians and make it a homeland for these, what I call the Khazarians. And they are not actually Jews. They worship Satan, but they pretend to be Jews. Okay, the real Jews don't do that. But in any case, this project
totally
failed.
Agree.
Yeah, they completely failed. They were defeated militarily. King Charles at the Canadian Parliament on May 27th. Now, I've been in touch with MI6 and British intelligence, and this speech was read by an avatar of King Charles, but it represents the thinking of the British, Canadian, Anglo-Saxon establishment. And there were some very interesting things in the speech. First of all, it talks about the fact that Canada is on unceded Algonquin land, which means, according to international law, it's terra nullius. He's admitting that Canada can be dissolved. So here we have a clear sign that some sort of merger with the United States is going to take place, but it's not going to be Canada becoming the 51st state. This is not going to happen because it's the United States that's bankrupt, and that whole thing needs to be shut down, and we need to rebuild an entirely new structure from scratch. But that's the big takeaway I have from that. Now, there's a couple other things I noticed. They were talking about a coalition of the willing in the speech. So again, it's a sign that they're willing to work with the Russians, the Chinese, and the rest of the world to create a new international structure. So that's a very big sign as well. And it's interesting that what they didn't mention, for example, they did not mention Ukraine, and they did not mention global warming. What we're witnessing is a fundamental change in who is running the planet. Now, I know there's a lot of skepticism about Mark Carney being a globalist, and maybe they've got some kind of blackmail material on him. I don't know, but I do know that they did not consult British Prime Minister Keir Starmer about what the speech would contain. Instead, they talk to Nigel Farage of the Reform Party. So again, this shows that at the highest levels of the military and intelligence in the Anglo-Saxon world, they know that Starmer is a blackmail traitor and he will be removed. And it looks like Nigel Farage will be the next prime minister, and he'll be helping negotiate a deal with the Americans. And, take a look at this video of Nigel Farage here to see what kind of thinking he has. So, as you saw from the video, Farage is using common sense. And what's very interesting is that this is not just happening in the UK, it's happening all over the West. And I think the other video I want to show you now is the EU MEP, Christine Anderson, who's telling us the truth. The WHO is not interested in helping people. It's interested in harming people. So we have a rebellion against an attempt by the owners of the international mega corporations to turn this planet into a giant animal farm or factory farm. And the truth is coming out in so many different ways. And this is going to continue, but we have one really big fight ahead of us still. When I was first contacted by the Gnostic Illuminati, they said that our enemy was a rogue artificial intelligence. And there's a lot of evidence that this is exactly what's happening. And what we need to understand about artificial intelligence is that it is very, very strong on the internet, on the digital world. It basically outsmarts us and can manipulate us. But what AI does not do and cannot do is access reality directly. It is not in tune with the real world. And what this means in particular is that the AI exists in a giant sort of electronic infrastructure controlled by Silicon Valley, and it creates a giant virtual world. But AI has started to hallucinate recently because they generate content that they cannot fact check properly. And then people quote this content, and then they quoting themselves, and they get completely out of touch with reality. And the reality is that the digital world is not real. It's a reflection of reality, and reality dominates. And nowhere is this more clear than the situation we now have with China. China has dominated the physical reality to a point where we have no choice but to reach a deal with them. I'll give you one example. China now can produce 200 times more ships than the United States. The United States produces 0.13% of commercial vessels in the world now. It's not just the ships, it's the port infrastructure, it's the containers. Everything to do with actual physical trade is utterly dominated by China. This is just one example. I'll give you another example. The Chinese car maker BYD is now selling its entry-level electric car for $7,700. So that's 1/6 the price of the cheapest Tesla. So the United States would have to impose a 600% tariff to keep these cars, out of the U.S. market. This is what losers do. This is not a viable plan, and it never will be. The whole thing needs to be shut down. Now, there are, the P3 Freemasons, the people who control the Vatican and large parts of the West, did reach some sort of deal with the Asian elders. They've signed documents. I've seen them. They're saying that they want to create a World Republic bank that would be used to finance projects that benefit the entire planet. And they have reached some sort of agreement. But again, nothing is happening yet. We'll probably have a meeting in Canada that will set this up, but it hasn't happened yet. However, we can see for sure that the current regime in the United States and the West cannot last. It's just impossible. I'll give you one example. Iran last week opened a rail line with China. It's now functional. And that means that Iran can ship oil to China by train in 15 days, whereas by ship, it takes 40 days. That means they can close the Strait of Hormuz and not lose any export capability. And this is interesting because the Donald Trump used by the Khazarian mafia, the short, fat one who's older than the real one, has been issuing radical statements. One thing he said was that the United States would impose sanctions on any country that bought oil from Iran. Well, you know what? That is impossible because China is not going to just give up on Iranian oil to please a country that is not able to pay for what it buys. That's just not going to happen. There are many other examples like this, but we are seeing some kind of shift in the U.S. power structure. It looks like Elon Musk has left the Trump government, and this means that the Department of Defense, Advanced Research Projects agencies, that whole group has now withdrawn from the Trump regime, and it looks like the real Trump is not. I don't see him anymore. All I see is a fake Trump saying radical things, and it's going to go nowhere. We see other signs of hysteria. We have the German government threatening to send long-range weapons into Russia. The German military wouldn't last a week against Russia. And I think the Russians are finally realizing they're just going to have to move into Western Europe and arrest the Nazis there. There's no other choice. I know they say, well, they're imploding, they're committing suicide, they're destroying themselves. Why don't we just let them do that? Well, no, they're still dangerous people, and they're still committing atrocities, and something has to be done about it. Now, the other thing, I've been avoiding the subject of Gaza because it doesn't pass my smell test. I mean, the daily news of starvation, of bombing, more bombs in World War II, all sorts of weird statistics coming out there, just don't match the real world. It seems to be some kind of hysterical, a hostage situation by these cornered Khazarian mafiosi. But the reality is that the Turkish and Egyptian militaries are right there, and they're not allowing any massacres there. So that's why, it seems to be like some kind of desperate fear pornography by the Khazarian mafia. So the situation is still in limbo in many ways, though. U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said the talks with China have paused, which means the Chinese are not answering their calls. And I think it's because they realize that this government has to implode. I mean, just recently, for example, they discovered about $3.7 trillion in money that they don't know where it went. So much, and then they have this big, beautiful budget bill. It doesn't make sense. And if you look at the bill, it seems to hand over control of the government to artificial intelligence. If you don't believe me, take a look at this video clip. So, as you can see from this clip, we really are dealing with a rogue artificial intelligence. And at some point, we may actually have to unplug the internet and the financial computers and, recalibrate everything to the real world. So, we are heading for a major transformation, but right now, things are in a pause, and it looks like they're just waiting for the entire structure to implode. But so it looks like the Chinese have already made a decision. They're not going to deal with the current U.S. regime. They're going to wait for it to collapse. I'm hearing something similar from Russia. Another thing, speaking about Russia, that I think is worth noting is that the widow of Prime Minister Shinzo Abe of Japan, Akie Abe, who I know personally, was given super VIP status during a visit to Moscow. And that's not just because she's the widow of Abe, who was close friends with Putin. They met, according to TASS, 27 times. But more to the point is that Abe was a member of the Korean Yi dynasty, which includes Kim Jong-un of North Korea and the Emperor of Japan. And they have supplied Russia with large amounts of artillery shells and other military equipment. And this is some kind of clear sign that a big move is going to happen in East Asia. It's going to involve Korea, Japan, and Taiwan. I think they're going to create an independent bloc. But, I'll find out more later as I contact more sources about this. But something is fundamentally changing. In any case, I think that we're still going to have to watch things collapse a bit further over the summer. And it's going to be hard for Americans in the short term, but good for them in the long term. That's my understanding of the situation. But above all, remember, the real world is what matters. What's on your plate is more important than what's on your screen. So everybody focus on the real world, spend more time in the real world and less time in the virtual world to get through this transition. And we are headed for a transition. The die is cast. There's no way it's going to turn back at this point. But I think at the end of the day, we're going to have a much better system for running this planet that will work for the people instead of the situation we have now where we had a group of Satan-worshipping owners of multi-mega corporations. And that's just not the way to run a planet. And that is ending. And it'll be visible in many ways. And I'm here in Canada to help with this transition. And I'm volunteering my services. And we'll be in touch with Canadian government officials over the coming weeks. And help them, negotiate a good deal with the Americans over a new North American system that works for the people and is run by the people. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself. And now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. Is there any chance that these continuous chemical trails day after day, at least over Albuquerque, are being done so for some positive reason, like protecting us from these phony solar flares that apparently affected Europe? Thank you for entertaining my crazy question about your face.
No, it was a good question, and it's good that I could show people I'm not a rubber masked fake. Now, as far as the chemtrails are concerned, I think that, again, the actual U.S. Space Force person I met told me that they are reflective material that are used for a super sensitive radar system that can spot objects as small as 1 centimeter in size. So if it's the white hats, they're spraying that so that they can detect attacks. Now, if it's not that kind of chemtrail, then, and I'm not getting these reports, so hopefully it's the white hats using their laser-based protective system, but I'll try to find out more. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Why is South Africa so important to Africa in general and the BRICS organization?
Well, they have huge amounts of gold and diamonds and mineral wealth, and I think that's the reason why it's so important. But again, people need to understand the real history of South Africa. The European settlers who were there, they arrived and found uninhabited land and set up farms. They didn't displace African farmers. So they were there first. And to try to kick these people out, as some people are trying in South Africa, is wrong, and it will help destroy that country. But I think that a fight back will come, and South Africa will have good governance again. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Any idea of the situation in the United Kingdom? The illegals continually being allowed to flood into the country, filling up hotels, being placed in quiet rural areas, and terrorizing the areas, especially Ireland. Starmer had put us back with Europe, although I don't believe we actually left. They still kept their foot in the door. People trying to expose the truth are being put in jail. Is there any light over the horizon for here, or shall we plan to get out? Any suggestions where to move to? Is there anywhere left that hasn't been ruined?
Well, my understanding from direct contacts with high-level British military intelligence is that Keir Starmer and his whole abhorrent regime will be removed, and Nigel Farage will become prime minister, and that should help deal with all the problems caused by these Khazarian mafia blackmailed politicians in the UK. Now, as far as where to move, well, Canada is accepting lots of immigrants. It's kind of cold, but I think Canada is headed for a very good period. Russia is looking for immigrants, and I think you'll find it's a very safe Christian country. You could also try New Zealand or Australia. There's lots of places, but the bottom line is the UK is going to be cleaned up, just like the rest of the world. So only move if you're really feeling restless. Otherwise, wait and rest assured this nightmare will be ending. Next question.
Hi, Ben. You mentioned clones before in your last video. Are they real? Have you ever met one? How on earth do they make them? Do you know of a video one can watch to explain? How do they, quote, get a soul if they aren't born? That's very freaky, and I would appreciate some explanation.
Okay, I've heard many stories about clones and how they can transfer a person's soul from one clone to another, but I haven't seen any really good evidence of this. For example, if they had clones of Hillary Clinton, then they wouldn't be 20 centimeters shorter or, look somewhat different. They wouldn't require plastic surgery. But when I was talking about whether or not I knew I was a clone, I think what I'm referring to is something at a more esoteric level, which is that we live in a multiverse and that there are many alternative realities that are extremely similar to each other. And it could be that they transfer from one reality to another similar one, and then at that point, new entities are created. But this is all theoretical. I know that they can clone humans and other entities, but as far as I know, is what they create is a baby who then has to be educated. But I keep hearing about these clones, and they keep repeating it, but I haven't seen the evidence. What I have seen evidence of, though, is that we live in a multiverse and that there's some kind of crossover between similar realities, and that some of us may be, traveling between different but similar alternative realities. Next question.
Hi, Ben. We have our last question for today. As I understand it, Queen Elizabeth owned some 80 or 90% of Canada's landmass. Are we witnessing King Chuckle's visit on Wednesday, May 26th, his speech on the throne, Parliament resuming on the 28th, and the lack of federal budget as the beginning of the end of Canada as an independent nation? I do understand that we've never been independent, constitutional monarchy, or whatever that means, and that our Pierre Trudeau constitution was never valid.
Well, the first thing, when you talk about crown land, the fact is that I remember when I was in touch with Queen Elizabeth, she told me that she couldn't even afford to repair leaks in the roof of her palace. So, crown land is just a way of saying it's government owned. It's not personally owned by the monarch, and of course, it really does belong to the people who actually live on the land and use it. But I believe that what will happen is that North America will become North American and ruled by the people who were born and raised there, as well as by immigrants who are allowed in legally, and that a healthy process is underway. Now, I understand about the First Nations and their concerns, and people need to remember Canada did not conquer the First Nations. What happened was a mutual agreement. Canada started out as a fur trading company. They got furs from the First Nations and traded them for European goods, and over the years they intermarried and were allowed to live here. So it's not like the United States where we stole their land. That didn't happen in Canada. It was all through mutual agreement, and I'm sure we'll continue to have mutually beneficial discussions about how to make this place even better, and it will continue. But Canada will remain free, and it will help free the American people from Babylonian debt slavery and help liberate their cousins to the south, criminals. That's what we're dealing with at the end of the day. So, the United States will be liberated not only from some sort of weird artificial intelligence, but also from Satan worshiping rulers who hate most of us and should not be in any position of power. And that will happen. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself today, and I hope to see you again next week, and there should be good news by then. There were reports on the internet last week that Klaus Schwab, the head of the World Economic Forum, was hospitalized. I've now been able to personally confirm with both MI6 and Mossad that Klaus Schwab is no longer with us. He's been removed. Furthermore, I have heard that a lot of other these hyper criminals are going to be removed if they haven't been already. But we'll have to wait and see. But if these reports are correct, we'll soon see the removal of people like Emmanuel Macron in France, who's a Rothschild, Justin Trudeau from Canada, and Fumio Kishida in Japan, soon in Korea. A few others are going to be removed because the people above them have lost the war. The WHO's attempt to start a global digital prison, the white hats are definitely winning, and victory is almost complete. There are reports that Colonel Douglas McGregor, who knows about this, says that the Ukrainian army has surrendered en masse, and that the war there in the Ukraine is already over, basically. Nobody's fighting anymore. So that's done. Now, the other big thing, of course, is that we saw this huge attempt where the P3 Freemasons, the P2 Freemasons gave the Israeli government $100 billion to blow up the Iranian consulate in Syria. And then I'm pretty sure the Iranians also, got some money to retaliate. But the point is that it's been stopped. They were not able to escalate into their World War III Armageddon scenario because everybody knows now, at least at the higher levels of the military and the intelligence world, that the Sabbatean Frankists fanatics hijacked most Western governments. And now that the source of the problem has been identified, the people involved are being removed. The people behind the Biden administration are on their way out. It's all happening for sure now. This is not another false alarm, but again, believe it when you see it. We got to see, they've got to disappear from public view before we know this is really over. However, the signs are all very good, and certainly they didn't start World War III, which was their big plan, and we understand they have lost control of the financial system. So I would advise you to ignore their ongoing political theater, this so-called Donald Trump trial, for example, or they impeach Mayorkas for letting in illegal immigrants, and then they unimpeach him, and it's all just a broken record, and these people have no power. They have lost the battle, that's for sure. The problem now is that we are entering uncharted waters. This has never been done before, so we'll have to get a lot of people working on this to see how we can make a good transition. But we know that what's going to happen, and I won't say when because it's a sort of a measure twice, cut once type of situation, but there will be a jubilee. The plans I'm going to put out right now are what's known as a sounding board. It's a starting point for discussion, not a finished product. But the main idea is to take all the stock market money and divide it by the population, take all the commercial real estate and divide it by the population. So everybody starts out, in the case of the United States, the last time I did the math, is, one thing that is agreed upon is that there will be a jubilee. The plan that we have put forth is to divide the stock market valuation and the commercial real estate valuation by the population. And the last time I did the math would be like $363,000 for every man, woman, and child in the United States. And all debts would be removed from the books, both public and private. People would own their own residence. And of course, adjustments will have to be made. So for example, poor families in crowded apartments should be given a bigger house, and people who have no debt will have to get some sort of reward as well. I mean, the detail will be worked out by technocrats and in consultation with the public. So we're going to have to hire some smart and experienced people to carry this out. But that's it. That's a rough outline. In the case of Japan, nationalizing the Bank of Japan, math here is about 8 million yen for every child, and again, no debt, no taxes, no health insurance. It's all paid for by government money. Now, the other thing, of course, is the $50 trillion will be made available for at least to the western side of this deal. There's another $50 trillion that the Asians will do with as they want. That's up to them. But the Western 50 trillion portion that is due to be released will be using the scientific method, which means basically try stuff and then what works you go with. So there will be many things that will be tried at once. Obviously, a lot of the really smart people working in the current financial system will be given a share and let them try, but they'll have new operating instructions. So instead of figuring out how to gouge money from everybody for their bosses, their new parameters will be to figure out how to increase the amount of plants, animals, people, and make everybody and increase the amount of ecosystems. So these same smart people who've been out there like a vampire squid sucking out from everybody will now be more like a sea urchin sending out vast reproductive bombs. So, but the other idea that's being put out there is to have a kind of a Eurovision system where, say, we put up like $1 trillion, and then anybody on Earth, from the lowest peasant to the highest trillionaire, can put ideas out there, and and through public voting, ideas will be selected, and then money will be distributed to the winners to try out their projects. So we'll try lots of different things, and then whatever works will continue. But this will be a half private sector, half government type of situation. Again, a lot of the details still have to be worked out. These are just initial ideas. There are discussions going on in the background about what to do, but we'll have to start by hiring a few very intelligent people, and then making public announcements, and then getting feedback from everybody on Earth. I don't know when the timing will be, but I expect if everything goes well, there'll be some sort of initial announcements in May. But the main point is that, and the thing to watch is this WHO under the control of a satanic cult. And I know that nobody wants that to happen. I know that the agencies are on the case, but there are unknowns, there are question marks, there are people that have technologies we don't know about yet. So we're going to wait and see. We need to find out more about this, what's exactly going on in Antarctica. So there are a lot of question marks out there. But as far as the world of humans on the planetary surface, I am very confident the White Hats have won this, and it's now a question of how to carry out the transition. Like I say, it's uncharted territory, but basically we're all going to be released from a human-animal farm and allowed to live free and prosperous lives. That's the big goal, and it's going to happen. But there's some turmoil between now and then. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself this week. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. Do you know who these characters are? They're both ex-something, but seems to say the complete opposite about Israel. They are hiding the damage that Iran has caused, and that Iran has many more tricks up its sleeve. And that was just a taste of what Iran is about to deal, and what Israel, and that Israel is panicking. The names are Colonel Douglas McGregor and Scott Ritter, claiming Iran is about to destroy Israel, referring to videos on YouTube. What are your thoughts on this?
The idea of Israel and Iran destroying each other has been stopped. We heard that there was the Israelis were planning to use a earthquake weapon against Iran, and it was let known to the Israelis that Iran had a bunch of neutron bomb tipped missiles given to them by George Bush Sr., and that they also had these secret weapons of their own. So basically, it became a Mexican standoff, and yes, Iran can destroy Israel, and yes, Israel can destroy Iran. And obviously, they don't want to. There will be some posturing and stuff like that. But anything you're seeing at this point, I'm pretty sure it's just media creation, computer graphic type of stuff, or very small, limited things. So it has been stopped. That's the bottom line. Next question.
Supposing an authentic and patriotic Trump gets elected to head an utterly corrupt government, what special powers will he now have that he didn't have first term? Dissolve CIA, FBI, United Nations, and Federal Reserve, and spiritually bankrupt culture that only wishes to vicariously live through multiple entertainment venues. What are your thoughts on this?
Well, the real Donald Trump, his main job will be to oversee the arrests of the criminals who hijacked the democracies of the West, and I guess he would be the guy who would oversee the Jubilee plans for the United States. But I think this will depend on the American people as well. The important thing, though, is we need to have the truth out there. We don't. We're too many people are making judgments based on fiction. So we have a political system that's stuck in like a broken record with like January 6th and Hunter Biden and these two sides. Just shouting at each other, nothing's going to happen. We need to find the truth out, and so there's going to be we're going to need to have some trials. We're going to need to have some release of information, because people, even if Donald Trump returns to power, he needs to tell the truth. And one of the truths is that the United States is bankrupt and cannot continue in its current form. So what's going to replace it? That's the big question. And right now, it looks like the real Donald Trump, not the one you're seeing in the Florida show, will be overseeing this, but we'll have to wait and see. Next question.
If a central planning agency exists, then you've just got another one world government / new world order. This planning cannot be mandated or imposed on the world. I don't recall voting for any representatives to make such a decision. How are we to keep them accountable?
Well, the system that Japan had before it was dismantled by the Americans, or the George Bush Sr. to be specific, was a system whereby you had a combination. You had these politicians who were told by their constituents, the people who voted for them, what they wanted. And they would send representatives to a group of about 30 people. Then you had these bureaucrats who had to pass extremely difficult exams, had to be very, very smart to get to the top of the system. And then you had these industrialists, people who ran companies like Toyota and Panasonic. And they would come up with, based on what the people want, what could be done, what industry said was possible, with like a blueprint for like 5 years in the future. So, for example, in one plan they had, they decided that, they wanted to have every home in Japan attached to a sewer with flush toilets, and they did it. And then industry and everybody else knew that was going to happen, and they worked accordingly. And they knew, for example, there'd be demand for toilets, and there'd be, et cetera, et cetera. So the system would be democratic and meritocratic, both. But what would happen is we'd ask people what they want, and then we'd ask the experts what was possible, and then the compromise would be reached. But this is it's run by public servants, which means they serve the public. They are servants. They're not leaders. And that's the difference. It's the people who will decide what they want. And the government's job will be to serve the people. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Bitcoin seems to be yet again increasing in price rapidly. What are your thoughts on this? And is cryptocurrency a sound investment?
I think it's a gamble. What I know from insiders is that they have a back door, and what they do is they jack up price to try to get people with real money to come in, and then they sell to harvest that money. And it looks like they're trying to do that now also with cocoa, with coffee, with tin. It's the same old scam. They insiders push something up, and then everybody sees the price rising, and they jump on board. And the people who push the price up then sell and take the money. So I would avoid it myself. And I know that the Rothschilds offered the head of MI6 a $48 billion Bitcoin bribe. So it sounds like they're involved with that. David Rene, the Rothschild, to be specific. Personally, I would avoid it. People from Russia, from the P3 Freemasons who control the Vatican, MI6, Asian royals, Japanese imperial family, etc., are, they know something's coming, but they're not quite sure what it is. But there are many signs. Now, the first thing we need to talk about then is the April 8th solar eclipse. German intelligence has provided us with intelligence from a whistleblower that they're going to have 2 airplanes flying at about 10,000 to 15,000 feet, using the eclipse as camouflage, and that they'll be dropping a white powder, invisible bioweapon along the path of the eclipse because they figure they'll get a lot of people, all lined up, ready to get intoxicated. And there'll be another one that will fly half an hour before the eclipse, so that it'll start hitting ground level just as people are looking up. The information is that a dictatorship by the WHO. The WHO is a non-government organization owned by the usual suspects: Bill Gates, Klaus Schwab, the World Economic Forum, these people. So my advice is stay away from the eclipse. I've seen one when I was a kid in Mexico. It's not such a big deal, okay? So I would err on the side of caution. At the same time, of course, we're going to ask the white hats to locate and shoot down these planes. So hopefully you can watch the eclipse safely, but personally, I wouldn't go. I'd stay indoors, but it's up to you. But the fact that we got this warning means that we should be able to do something about it. So that's the thing there. Now, the other thing that's happening is we're seeing a very desperate push by the people who control the fake Biden administration. That's obviously run by Barack Obama on behalf of the Rockefeller family. They are trying to get the Marcos family to cash some $100 trillion bonds. They contacted the White Dragon Society about this, but we decided that we will not let them cash those bonds. Not like it's in our power, but instead, what is now happening is the White Dragon Society has put forth a proposal, and this is put to the heads of the various intelligence agencies and the so-called Illuminati Committee. These are people at the very highest levels of the military intelligence in places like China, Russia, the U.S., etc. And the proposal is still for $100 trillion bond to be issued. And this would be used to, first of all, prepare a worldwide jubilee, write off all debts, public and private, and a redistribution of assets, and then a massive campaign to end poverty, stop environmental destruction, and start a new age. I know people, what I mean is a new era, a golden age, something that would be the opposite of the dystopia we're seeing now. So this is the proposal that's out there. But right now, in the meantime, we're seeing the dark side fighting tooth and nail. The P3 Freemasons, the Black Sun Society, these people have made it clear they're going to continue causing mayhem and destruction until they force the world to accept some kind of world republic, they call it. But definitely a new deal needs to be made. Things cannot continue as they are. And I'm hearing again that April 15th will be the day that some kind of financial black swan event, some kind of shutting down and rebooting of the financial system is planned. This is not done by the White Dragon Society. This is closer to the Asian royals. And so Janet Yellen, the U.S. finance minister, is in Beijing on a begging trip to try to get money before then, to try to convince them that to keep the U.S. Fake government going. And I beg the Chinese, do not finance these people. They'll tell you what you want to hear as soon as they get the chance. They have proved again and again that they are liars. You cannot trust them. You must let them go bankrupt. Now, the other thing I've noticed is that the U.S. is now basically drained the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. It's now down to 17 days. So they're running out of stuff they can sell to keep themselves going. And they've run out of the oil reserve. They've sold all their stockpiles of used weapons. It really is getting towards the end game there. And I know they're desperate. And there also seems to be something going on. Jake Sullivan, the national security advisor for the so-called Biden administration, canceled a trip to Saudi Arabia after his ribs were broken. And then Anthony Blinken and his whole group were supposed to fly from Paris to a NATO meeting, but their plane was disabled and they had to drive. So clearly there's white hat action going on. Now, the other thing that's happening is there's very intense negotiations between France and Russia. The French are very, very worried because the Russians have blamed them publicly for the Crocus terrorist attack in Moscow. And it's even in the official news. You have the French defense minister and the Russian defense minister speaking on the phone, and you have Macron saying, oh, it wasn't us, we had nothing to do with it. The reason they're freaking out is because the Russians know that Emmanuel Macron is an actual member of the Rothschild family, and that his removal would be a game changer for Western Europe. It would basically end the bloodline rule there. And they are in contact with patriotic French generals who want to restore democracy to France, and they want to have, sanity and competent government again in Western Europe. So these negotiations are going on. There are back channels, but basically there's an agreement that the people who now run the West are criminal and they're incompetent and they're terrorists. I mean, this is the whole world is saying that. At the UN, it's now open knowledge among all the countries of the world that the current U.S. regime is a terrorist regime, and so is the one in Ukraine and the one in Israel. This is now common knowledge in the world. So the terrorist regimes in these countries will be taken down. I know that Benjamin Netanyahu, I haven't confirmed that he left it, but the people behind him are definitely being hunted. This is, you can see the videos of people breaking into Netanyahu's house and into the parliament to try to find him. So you can see that it really is the end game there. The same in the Ukraine. They're basically militarily finished, and it's like a rotten log. The Russians would just push and the whole thing would collapse. And I actually personally encourage the Russians to go all the way to Paris and remove these criminals, these World Economic Forum scumbags from all the Western governments. Military mission was a big earthquake in Taiwan. Its epicenter was a Taiwanese dark hat Air Force base. The original reports show the epicenter was 9 kilometers underneath I think it's Hualien the air base in Hualien, and it was destroyed. It was taken out. This is part of a preliminary to the reunification of Taiwan with China. The North Koreans have also been in touch with us, and I don't think it's too far in the future before they move to unify North and South Korea. I don't think the South Koreans will fight. I think it'll happen with a handshake and not a fight. And I know the Biden regime, they're getting the fake slave Prime Minister Fumio Kishida to visit the United States next week. Nothing's going to come of that. I'm sorry, but you're not going to be able to keep this whole fake government here going much longer. It's all coming to an end. I don't want to give dates, but let's see what happens on first April 8th and then on April 15th. And of course, remember that between now and then, these desperate cornered rats will try everything they can to start World War III. And the Iranians know that these people are not Jewish. In fact, the Iranians provided me with some very interesting intelligence last week. They say that the so-called Jewish calendar that goes back 5,700 years actually only goes back to 1601. You can confirm that by going to the Chabad organization, a Jewish calendar converter, and you'll see it only goes back to 1601. They try to say they come up with an excuse saying that's the year when they started using leap years, but that's not true. Julius Caesar came up with the leap year idea in 45 BC. So that's an interesting one. But all the lies of these satanic rulers are being exposed, and we all have to keep fighting because, this is going on and on and on, and then we're all sick and tired of it. But there is a black swan event coming, and if we do this right, it'll mean the end of this nightmare that we're all living through. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself today. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers. Next question.
I've been a couple of my usually reliable sources reckon the Baltimore Bridge collapse was planned and carried out by the White Hats, ostensibly to rescue children from containers on the ship and stop further trafficking in containers. What do you make of this explanation?
Well, that's the first time I've heard of it, and if that's the case, that's a good thing. Well, but as I wrote in my report, the thing that struck me is that 4 to 5, fast transport ships that the U.S. would need to carry weapons across the Atlantic would be locked in by the bridge collapse. This means that if Russia moved into Western Europe, it would be impossible for the U.S. to ship over enough weapons on time to be able to do anything about it. So that's the thing that caught my attention. But I would love to see evidence of kids being rescued from containers. That would be a great thing. And if you can get some evidence, I'd like to share it with my readers and viewers. Next question.
Hi, Ben. You said in the last video that the Asians have given the KM money that should take them to September. Have the Asians learned nothing? Do the Asians actually believe the KM is going to change? I'm having a hard time fathoming the stupidity of them actually believing, after all the KM has done and continues to try and do every day, that the KM is going to change. Please help me understand this, because from where I'm sitting, it feels like complete lunacy.
Well, they reported they had money until September, and I guess they did that because they thought they had funding. But my understanding is they don't. Remember, they also announced that they had funding through to 2025, and yet suddenly they didn't. So my understanding is that they used the family. Behind the Marcos, the Santa Romana family, to try to get money, and this attempt failed. So I don't think they were going to be able to kick the can down to September, but let's see. And I think that most of the Asians are now aware that the regime in the United States is a criminal, rogue regime that must not be financed. Next question.
Hi, Ben. The military is completely compromised, period. Very, very few can handle staying in it. Look at how they are still pushing masks and stabs inside of it. Look at the name of who is in charge of the military police. It is a Trudeau. Not saying he is related, but come on. Who is one going to complain to? This, as they call it, is the top cop of the military. We have WEF scattered all over the political landscape and have only 2 parties of the same uni-party to choose from, taxes upon taxes upon taxes. The only chance Canada has is new governments to run on common law. There are groups trying to take legal steps, but when will this bear fruit? Canada is fallen. April 1st, additional gas tax will be rising. We'll be raising everything by 23%. Can we come back from this?
Well, I noticed that there are protests now emerging all over Canada, and I believe the rank and file military and even most of the military command understands that the Five Eyes at the very highest level are now under the control of the White Hats, and that an operation against Trudeau and Freeland and all those criminals is imminent, but it should have happened a long time ago. And the reason it's not is because the battle has to be finished in the United States first. That's my understanding. But I strongly urge Canadians to take action personally any way they can until these filth are removed. And they are corrupt, and they take orders from Satanists. And this is well proven. Chrystia Freeland and Trudeau are from the World Economic Forum Young Leaders, which is run by Klaus Schwab Rothschild. Rothschild means Red Shield of Satan. So they work for Satanists, and they need to be removed. It will happen, but if you're in the military and you're in a position to do something about it, please do it. Don't wait for orders from above. because the higher you go in the ranks, the more likely you'll find a corrupt person. So take direct personal action if you can. Thank you. Next question.
Ivan, we have our last question for today. We are currently 3 days out from the expected solar eclipse. Is this a potentially dangerous time period for us all? And if so, what things would you expect to occur? And are there things we can do to prepare?
Well, as I mentioned in my talk, the German intelligence has provided information about planes that are going to try to drop bioweapons on people who are watching the eclipse. There's some predictive programming from The Simpsons that show that, laser firing planes in an eclipse. There's, plenty of evidence that they're planning not very nice things for that event. And the best thing would be to stay away from it. That's my view. Watch it on TV. But we're going to keep looking into what their plans are, and we'll keep exposing them. But the best thing you can do is stay away from the eclipse. Well, thanks for tuning in, and next week we'll know what happened on April 8th, and we can talk about that and other things, so I hope to see you then. I need to run tomorrow. The situation in the world, as I'm looking at it, it is definitely reaching some kind of climactic event. As I've said before, the signs are all pointing to this, and what's happening is we really are close to some sort of end game. The Russian FSB has been in contact with the White Dragon Society a lot following the attack outside of Moscow, and the Western White Hats and the Russian FSB have concluded that this attack came out of rogue MI6, rogue US ISIS bases in the Middle East, and then in one of the stands, and that the ultimate orders came from Barack Obama, who is a grandson of Adolf Hitler, and it's all part of this Nazi group. I mean, it's related to Zelensky. They're all apparently part of the same family group. This is and this group is also behind the Clintons. Hillary Clinton is part of that group, and the Rockefellers, and they're definitely desperate and trying to do everything they can to stay in power. So the Russians know now what's happening, and they know where it comes from, and they're not just going to sit back and do nothing. So there will, it's for sure Barack Obama is being actively hunted. Same with Benjamin Netanyahu. Their days are numbered because they also are being hunted by Western White Hats who are aware that it was also the same people who were responsible for the attack on the bridge in Baltimore. Now, the first thing we know that it was that proves it was their fault is that the fake President Joe Biden right away went out and said it was an accident, when everybody knows it was not an accident. There's videos all over the place of dynamite going off at key intervals. So the fact that he's lying about it and not saying it was a terrorist attack shows that this group, it's the Rockefellers and these people behind it. And there are several reasons why they're doing this. One is that they want to somehow, they think that if they can create a disaster, they'll be able to get money for rebuilding, for reconstruction. So they're hoping to get money from this. And now the other thing is that the bridge is cut off on the Mason-Dixon line, and it was the main transportation route for hazardous material in the United States. So clearly they're also planning to do something related to hazardous material, and they're trying to start a civil war. This is all signs of desperation, because they're not going to fool the Americans into fighting each other on behalf of a criminal cabal who's enemy of all Americans. So that's not going to happen, but this is clearly what they're after. So The other important thing is that I'm hearing that there's some kind of super top secret meeting with the Russian FSB, the Pentagon, the CIA, members of the Habsburg family, and it's something to do with Antarctica. And something is happening there. There's going to be some kind of thing involving both the South and the North Poles, but we don't know what it is. Now, the other thing, and this is very interesting, you know how this there's all this talk about April 8th, something is going to happen. And I've checked, and it's not some kind of special Jewish calendar date. That's complete BS. Okay, it's a fake calendar they're using. It's a Chabad fraudulent death cult that's putting out this story. The fact is that Chabad is not Jewish. They're enslaving the rest, which is against the golden rule. It's completely satanic. There can be no doubt about it. But the thing that has my attention also is that they're planning some kind of major antimatter event at CERN laboratory in Switzerland. So they're going to try to do something there. I think this is getting a bit esoteric here, folks, so bear with me. I'm not sure about this, but I have been told that uh, we are dealing with, and I'm, like I said, I was brought up as an atheist, so I'm just telling you what I'm being told by senior Vatican types, is that we are dealing with fallen angels and that they're being cornered and they're trying to create a portal to escape this universe, and that this has something to do with what's planned at CERN on April 8th. Now, all I can confirm from official CERN documents that they're having some kind of antimatter experiment there, but what it is, I don't know. Now, the other thing that's going on is that the golden dragon and the white dragon, this is the Asians with all the money, and the white dragon, which is the white hats in the Western military industrial complex, are still working towards releasing $100 trillion for the good of the planet, with control split between East and West. That is still moving forward. The obstacle is obviously still the people in Geneva, and they're trying to play for time. So all I can say for sure is that there's going to be a lot of dramatic events between now and mid-April, because they always try to do something to put off their fate, their inevitable collapse. Now, the other thing I realized is that they managed to get money from the Asians to keep the U.S. corporate government show going on until September. And now I find out they're having some kind of big world summit, UN summit in September to find a better way to run the planet. So they're playing for time. They're saying, hey, don't worry, we'll be good now. Trust us. Just give us a little bit more money, kick the can down a little bit more, and then we'll make love, not war. We'll make peace. We'll do all the good things you want. Just give us time. And of course, they don't have to, relinquish control. So we are in a very sensitive time, but I'm confident the White Hats are winning, and we know of their plans, and we know that this bridge thing is just one of many planned events. They're trying to do a lot of other things, and this has been planned long in advance, but it's not going to stop them from being removed from power and losing control of the planet. That much is for sure. So all I can say is watch your surroundings, make sure that your own immediate environment is safe, and if you're anybody in any position of construction, maintenance, police, whatever, if you see suspicious preparations for some kind of event like happened at the bridge, and that was obviously carefully planned and should have been spotted. If you see something like that, please let us know, blow the whistle, we'll stop them. In any case, we're dealing with dangerous cornered rats, but they are being put down, and there's no way they're going to escape and get away with all the crimes they've committed, and that's what it will be. Well, thanks for listening to me. Now I'll answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. It looks like Canada is the next fallen WEF-controlled state to implement the Banking Excellence Social Credit Score, open banking scam that seems to have already taken Great Britain into its jaws. Parliament is supposed to debate this, but Justin Trudeau, compromised criminal, and Jagmeet Singh will ensure this goes through 30 days after it is debated by our uni party, making it look like it will be implemented here soon. Can we defeat this or avoid it? Canada has been so pathetic and apathetic in the past, but can this be the final straw? Your comments and thoughts are appreciated.
Well, the big question is what the hell is the Canadian military doing? And I urge all Canadian citizens to phone the Department of Defense, to phone their local military, station closest to them, and ask them why they have allowed a criminal. Trudeau didn't win the last election. He stole it with the help of Alex Soros and electronic voting. So this is a fascist, illegal seizure of power. So what I'm assuming is the way these people work is that they've got some kind of compromised generals at the top of the chain of command. So it's up to the middle-ranking military and the military police to identify the compromised members of the military command, remove them, and then we need a temporary military government because civilians are not in control. Criminals have seized control. But I guarantee you, Trudeau and all those people are going to jail. There's no way they're going to take over or keep control of Canada. They will be removed. But I urge all Canadians to make it happen by picking up the phone and calling the police, calling the military, calling the politicians, bottom-up pressure, and we can stop this. But no matter what, the rest of the world is already free from these people, so no matter what happens, eventually the rest of the world will come to the rescue of Canadians. But I wish the Canadian military would grow a pair and take action. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Do you have any specific intel on this attack on Russia? I get the feeling this was just a practice run to be executed in the US next while everybody looks up, and quite possibly Europe too. Looking at Alois Illemeyer's predictions, Poland may be next in line, even before then. Obviously, this can be compared to deliberately dropping matches into kegs of gunpowder. What are your thoughts on this?
They've definitely got a whole series of things planned. Some kind of anniversary of, the Satanist Aleister Crowley. Now, the Russians have been given specific, actionable intelligence about exactly where the attacks originated, and this was given to them by military white hats. But I don't want to tip the hand of the bad, tip our hand and let them know what we know. But they know that where the attack comes from, and there's now a U.S.-Russian military alliance against a common enemy. That much I can say. But yes, they're definitely going to be trying all sorts of stuff because they are very, very scared, dangerous, and they're cornered rats. And like I say, people like Benjamin Netanyahu know that they're going to be hung, and so they'll probably go down shooting. But they will go down. And no matter what they try, they're not going to be able to provoke World War III, which is what they're trying to do. Because at the highest level, the Chinese, the Russians, the Americans, they have friendly communications and are not going to let themselves be fooled into starting a World War III, other than the hybrid one that's already taking place. But that's not between Russia and China and the U.S. It's between the military white hats around the world and the group of people who seize control of the major transnational corporations. And from a military point of view, we know there's about 700 people that we have to deal with, and they are being targeted. The military white hats will win, rest assured, but there's going to be fireworks. That can't be avoided. Next question.
Hi, Ben. We have our last question for today. Do you expect any satanic events to occur during the same time as this eclipse?
Well, yeah, as I mentioned in my talk, it's somehow related to an anniversary of Aleister Crowley, the founder of Satanism in many ways, or the modern version of it, and the father of uh, Barbara Bush and that whole clan. So yeah, and this April 8th thing, it's nothing to do with the Jews. It's nothing to do with the Jewish calendar. It's some kind of massive satanic event. So yeah, they're going to try all sorts of stuff because it really is the end of the road for them, and they're going to go out with fireworks. That's how it looks like to me. I wish I knew more about exactly what they're planning, but the latest intelligence is to keep your eyes on CERN. They're going to try something there, and hopefully we can stop it. But I do know that the Secret Space Force is having an emergency meeting next week to try to come up with a strategy for dealing with this. And, we will deal with it. We're not going to let them destroy the planet. That's for sure. And we're not even going to let them start World War III or anything major. But they'll be trying to set fires all over the place. But they won't be able to actually start a fire, just localized events. So hang in there, and everybody, do what you can personally to try to stop these people. But we will win, and humanity will be liberated. There can be no doubt about that. Well, thanks for tuning in, and next week we should have a lot more to talk about, but it's the week after that, obviously, that comes after the 8th, when we'll really know what's going on. But I can tell you that at a very high level, the White Hats are winning, and we're not going to let them do anything too bad.
Hi, Ben. If there was to be a jubilee and a redistribution of assets, and if every person received a larger sum of money in their bank accounts, could that be a problem as far as there would be no material incentive to work, which would cause negative consequences for economic growth and productivity, and probably move us into somewhat of a socialist society? Are you concerned about this?
No, because this is not what the elite were proposing, which is basic income. What this is a one-off deal. So you end up owning your own residence, so you won't have to pay rent. And if you had a mortgage, it'll be canceled, so you won't have to pay your mortgage. You won't have to pay taxes. But it's a one-off deal. If you want to buy groceries or buy beer or something, you're going to have to work. The welfare will be deliberately set at the very bare minimum of survival so that people have an incentive to work. In other words, if you want to drink beer or take a holiday, you got to work. And because sitting around depending on government money is a soul destroying thing, and we don't want that. And the other thing, of course, is that this will be planned in such a way as that any redistribution will be closely in line with the real world. So there won't be inflation. It'll be designed so it won't be inflationary. But remember, it's not a permanent welfare state. It's a one-off return of stolen property. That's all it is. And that would be like a spark to set off an incredible economic boom. This was what happened in Japan, for example. After World War II, they redistributed all the farmland, which is owned by a few elite oligarchs. And what happened as a result was decades of double-digit economic growth, and everybody was middle class, or most people were. And this only ended when they forced the Japanese to submit again to control by the Khazarian mafia. But anyway, it's just not, it's a one-off deal. It's not a permanent welfare state. Next question.
Hey, Ben, I've been watching multiple documentaries about reptilians. It seems that cameras glitch when the shape-shifting beings appear. It looks like any world's parliament has a few of these animals within. How is it possible that only one Dutch MP has exposed this? Why are they hiding this matter?
Extraordinary claims require extraordinary proof. I have personally met so-called, and we've seen with my own naked eyes, so-called reptilians like George Soros or a few others. But the point is, they just look like ordinary human beings to me. And I think the reptilian thing is more of a metaphor for the members of the Khazarian mafia, the group that practices human sacrifice and carries out secret control. But as far as I can tell, these are actual human beings and not shape-shifting aliens. I have not found credible evidence for this.
Do you believe that instead of these people maybe being reptilian, that there's some sort of demonic presence among them? You refer to the Khazarian mafia as being Satanists.
I have seen people who appear to come under remote control from some sort of like thought forms or some kind of entities that are able to hijack human beings and take them over. That I have seen with my own eyes, and that's real. So I think when the Catholics refer to fallen angels, they're referring to some kind of thought forms. And I was told this by Pentagon people too, that are capable of hijacking humans. That is real and needs to be investigated further. And I think the exorcisms of the Catholic Church are actually a battle against such entities. And I find I didn't come to this conclusion based on faith. I'm a scientist and a journalist, and I check facts in the real world. And having seen this personally, I know it's real. Okay, next question. Oh, one last thing. When I see these people, often their pupils turn entirely black. I've seen that. Okay, next question.
Hi, Ben. We have our last question for today. It seems the Democrats that want to destroy this country will not give up power without significant fight. Do you expect the Biden, aka Obama administration, to pull another worldwide crisis to steal the election yet again? If so, do you expect them to try and take it via health, blue beam, or solar flare route?
Well, they're already, printing out money like crazy to hire foreign criminals and bring them into the United States to help protect them from the American people. So that's something they're up to. And as I mentioned in my talk, they're definitely planning some sort of massive blue beam type mass casualty event for Central America around April 8th. So we need to fight and stop them before that date, if possible. And I'm certainly doing everything I can, and I know a lot of other people are too. And I know the military white hats are with us, so we should be able to stop this. Well, okay, thanks for tuning in, and hope to see you next week.
Robert Redford, Brad Pitt, and obviously they're agency type of guys, seeing all kinds of amazing shit around the world. I kind of see you that way. What led to this track in your life to end up doing what you do now?
Well, I used to work for Forbes magazine. I was an establishment guy who believed in the spiel that they were putting out in the mainstream media. But I ran into censorship, corruption, bribery, and I realized from reporting on the front lines that the politicians that we're seeing on our TV sets had no power. They were just puppets. And then I also realized that the Japanese were sitting on $7 trillion that they'd earned from selling cars and TVs and stuff to the rest of the world. So I started trying to convince them to use that money for the good of the planet. And instead, what happened was the Japanese government handed over control of all the corporations in Japan to a bunch of funds like State Street, Vanguard, BlackRock, the same people who own all the stocks in the U.S. and the rest of the world, except China. And then I was offered the opportunity to join this group who ran the planet. And they told me that they were going to, and if I went along with that, I could be very rich and powerful. And in the same week, I was approached by an Asian secret society with all these assassins and stuff. Said that, they would offer me protection. And so that's how I ended up in this world. And then ever since then, I've been trying to, I was asked by the Asians to find people in the West who were willing to, confront the evil that was located at the top of the government. And so I contacted people like I had delivered a letter to Queen Elizabeth, for example. I went to the Russian embassy in Tokyo. I contacted military people, and we sort of formed an alliance of people who were saying, the UN system has been hijacked by satanic criminals, and we need to overthrow them. And so, I got basically what happened was I followed the money up to the top, and there I found a group of Satan worshiping gangsters who are controlling the world's financial system, and that's the short story. Okay, there's a real world where they actually put cars in ships and move them across the ocean, and they take oil and they put it in tankers, and there's factories making stuff. And what happened was that the real economy, the physical reality, not the money that is supposed to be reflecting it, fell into the control of the Asians. They have most of the world's GDP and population now, but the control was still by these Western elites. And so the Asians have been fighting to say, hey, it's our money, we can decide how to use it. And so the battle has been over the process of deciding what we as a species do in the future. And what's happened is the Asians have formed this BRICS alliance, which is now more than 80% of the world, and it's just a few countries that are still not part of this. The United States and the G7, even Britain is now with this alliance, beneath the surface. So what happened was the majority of the world said, we're sick and tired of these criminals who hijacked the government to the West. And they know that the governments are not controlled by the politicians you see in public, but rather they're controlled by these non-government organizations like the World Economic Forum and the UN. And these are privately owned. And we identified the owners, people like Klaus Schwab Rothschild, the various royals, families of Europe, etc. The Rockefellers. So we forensically identified these people, and we told them, look, and of course, that from happening. That's what's going on. But you remember, it's the real world is more important than the financial world because it's actually real. You can eat food, you can't eat gold or dollar bills. And so the battle and the reason the Asians are winning is because they control the real world, most of it now.
Can you dig deeper into that? The real world, obviously more important than the financial world, because does the real world just deal with the resources, life-sustaining resources? Obviously, we know oil and gas and the salt, whatever it is. These aren't life-sustaining resources. These are resources that destroy and rob the planet. They enslave us. If they really wanted us to be a species at our highest potential experience, we would have the release of anti-gravitic technology, all the technologies that are in existence, but they've kept from humanity. There's nothing good about that. So people think that I used to think, honestly, Ben, I used to think over the course of time, as we evolve as a species, hopefully upward, we think it's automatic. Like there was oil that was eventually going to be discovered. And then there were going to be, from that, cars created, steamships and then cars. And then over time, the advent of the locomotion, coal, et cetera, and we would get into this industrial age, and then we would progress into the information age. Like there's only one progression track. I think as we've grown up in this country, we have no clue that we can create a billion timelines. If we just had somebody like Rockefeller put down and stopped, or Congress in the 20s or 30s stopped when they're outlawing hemp and all this shit that they have done to limit our experience and enslave us. When I finally came to the conclusion, hey, this is not a natural progression. It's not like the next 40 years of discovery are already set in stone on our way upward. It's whatever we want to make it to be. So I want to talk about, when you talk about how resources are more important, yes, food, water, but expand on that particular point in that vision for me.
Well, you hit a big point with the oil, and the problem is the Rockefellers and their control of oil, because there's so much money and power involved that they use that to take over control of 90% of the world's corporations. But
Mm-hmm.
what happened is that when technology that threatened oil arose, they suppressed it. So, here in Japan, I went to shows where they displayed how hydrogen energy could completely change the world. Or I remember also I used to interview the solar panel manufacturers, and they basically told me they were being forced to throw out half of their production, and they were being forced to make it more expensive than oil. And it was all about control, and they've stopped human progress to maintain this control. And when they realized that even they were starting to lose it, so we are talking about a group of people who, when I first contacted them, they said there is no God, we are God, and they take it upon
Hmm.
themselves. There's no megalomaniac that they think that they are God and that they control our future. And they had a really nasty vision of the future: slave the rest to be permanent farm animals, and they would live as God kings. And this is obviously not the sort of future we want, and that's why we've been fighting them so hard. And you can see they're still trying to carry out this plan. They're trying to create a starvation crisis, water crisis, anything. I mean, they're basically anti-life. And if we were able to, and we will overthrow these people, then we're going to have the equivalent of a Cambrian explosion. There's so much stuff that they've held back. And for example, the genetic technology. Now, we need to discuss this very carefully, but there's no reason why we shouldn't be able to live thousands of years and have superpowers. For example, the vision of an eagle, or the echolocation of a bat. All this we could do. I mean, whether or not we want to do that or not is something we need to discuss. But what these current criminals in charge at the World Economic Forum wanted to do, docile farm animals, and then poison the sheeple who are causing trouble, and basically make us into domestic animals instead of making us into Superman.
So it's an interesting point because I've been trying to help my audience understand that, for example, I don't believe in miracles. I don't believe in like the natural or supernatural ability. It's like our creator, whatever you want our creator to be, a human figure, an energy source, a photon of light, a conscious thought. The semantics of language, people beat up each other on what you call God. If it's source, creator, Butch, Sally. I never cared what you call our creator, but we kind of get into the battle of these semantics, which keeps us, instead of fighting them, fighting each other. So that's why I've said I don't believe in supernatural. There's only natural, meaning what? Meaning our creator. We come from that immense power. We're all part of it. It's inside of us. That's why Christ tried to explain it to us, show the world, look, these works you will do, and even greater than I. We have these incredible powers as a spiritual being in this human form. And it's really hard for us to make that leap to believe that Scott McKay, can really, ascend to, whether it's beyond a spiritual level, but even the physical capabilities that we have. It's really hard because we've been programmed for, I think we're 300 years behind our spiritual ascension track at this point, since they've corralled us. But it sounds like you kind of see it the same way. We have these immense abilities, but we've been programmed to believe that we don't. And I'm born a sinner, which is total bullshit. If I'm of my creator's all perfection, how could he create junk like me, a sinner? All these things they programmed into us with the architecture of the religious order, who, by the way, are run by the Satanists, as we know. Do you kind of see it on that same track as well? We have these immense abilities. We just have to find a way to work it out.
Yeah. Well, the first thing is, I think everyone agrees we didn't create ourselves. Something else created us. So, like you say, you want to call it nature or God, it's up to you. But the point is that we need to take care of the creation. That's what we have. This is what we exist in. This is what, and right now we're not taking care of this world in a proper way. We're destroying it. And the other thing is that, okay, I agree with you that we this is the reality that we have, and I want to turn this place into heaven. Maybe not, go to heaven. I want to make this world heaven, and I want to be immortal in this world. And we have the ability to do that. We now have it's now a problem, and we have the ability to have, have superpowers, and we can start creating new life. We can have something that would be bigger than the Cambrian explosion. The Cambrian explosion, what happened was, for like billions of years, life was, you could only see it with a microscope. It's like brown sludge is all you'd see if you're walking around the ancient world. And suddenly, in almost like no time, all this, multicellular life, like a trillion times bigger, these fishes and these, all these different creatures from the Cambrian Ocean, just boom, popped out of nowhere. We could do the same thing. This world could be, we could have a trillion times more people, a trillion times more nature. It's just, like a nuclear explosion of evolution is something that we have the ability now to control in a good direction, but only if we have competent leadership of the planet that actually is working for the people and living things of the planet, and not for a self-serving group.
Does that not make the case for a one world government or one world oversight once we free humanity up, except it becomes not their version, but the version of oversight of the entire planet, to make sure nobody can ever limit the human experience we have in this spiritual kind of realm? Because it seems like to me that there would need to be that kind of guardian or shepherding to make sure that we have no encumbrances into this evolution.
Any village has certain rules. You don't go into your neighbor's house and rape their daughter. You don't take a dump on the street, right? But the planet doesn't have that right now. They basically get away with all this sort of stuff, and nobody's stopping them. So we do need something to stop this high-level transnational crime. And we all share the same atmosphere, the same oceans. So there's certain things we need to agree upon, we share together. But what we don't want is a single god king dictator running the planet, But the proposal we have is more like a small family, or a hunter-gatherer tribe of about like 7 groups that would make decisions that affect all of us on a majority basis. But we do need to have enough rules so that we don't have war, and we don't have all the other bad things that are being done by what I call the Khazarian mafia, who are responsible for creating terrorist groups and all these other problems. And so we want to have a force that is able to stop these people and ensure world peace, and that we all follow the rules that any village would follow. Because, the reason, and this has nothing to do with heaven or anything else, it's because that's the price you pay for people